There we go. We've got sound.
Morning, everyone. Morning, Matt.
Morning.
Well, it's been an interesting morning so far. We've just had troubles with our sound, so welcome to our one listener at the moment. Four listeners, sorry. And just to let you know, in case you haven't watched the Instagram feed, that Oxford Downs lost the toss to Cumnor. Will Bull decided that he would like to have a bat, and so we fast forward to where we are now. Team news is that we have Gus Miller back from his exploits in the London Cup, where he scored some runs and did generally pretty well. And we have Barnes, our co-commentator, is out there. He's had a bacon butty and a large latte, so I imagine he's in prime form and raring to go, and is hopeful that we won't be taking the mickey out of him. And we're quite far over towards the road here.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit concerned about one of our favourite neighbours if the ball was to start disappearing into his garden. But all is set fair. It's there's an air of end of term about this. There's not an awful lot to be played for Oxford Downs. We can't go down, we can't go up. Just
similar kind of situation for Cumnor, I think, because I don't think anybody will be going up from the Cherwell League.
No, so just so
they are safe.
Yeah, just so that you know, you can't have second teams in the Home Counties League, which means that the top few sides of the Cherwell League are currently all second teams, which means that we can't have people relegated from this division into the Cherwell League because there's no one that can come up. So although Cumnor are currently languishing in the bottom two, even if they end up in the bottom two, they can't go down.
Let me just double check that one.
I think the bottom one is Tring. Tring are going to go down, but they go down into a different. They don't go down to the Cherwell League, which that's why. So Tring, they've both got arrows on them. Tring and Cumnor in our league, and Cumnor are more than.
No, Cumnor can still finish. They can, in theory, still finish third from bottom because they can catch Tame. Anyway, I think who we got.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got Pravilar opening the bowling. So who else is not playing? Is Loz not playing today?
Yeah, Loz is on a stag do, I think. Hi, Loz, if you're watching.
Well, Loz, I hope you're there enjoying yourself. I mean, you haven't got too bad a hangover. We've got the first ball of the day to be bowled by Pravilar. Playing a miss outside the off stump. So who have we got opening the batting, Matt?
Price and Hussain.
So we've got the youngest Price on the Price production line through Magdalen College. Ted, how are you? We're joined about to be joined in the common spot by club legend Ted Heap. He's had a very hard few weekends, I understand. But the good news, he's got a smile on his face, and that's important. Yes, very good weekend last weekend. I'll tell the listeners about that shortly. Oh my word! Well, that's the most extraordinary dismissal. Third ball of the day, he's just played. Second ball of the day, he's played an extraordinary Yahoo that's gone straight up in the air and has been caught. Don't quite understand what that was all about.
I'm good, thank you, Ted.
Well, that's almost undescribable, really. But it's a wicket to Oxford Downs, and it's a good start for them.
So
I don't know.
Powell coming in now, Tom Powell.
So we've got. So it's not often we see Prav with the brand new ball in his hand.
I think he's done it the last couple of games.
I didn't. Yeah, well, I was revelling in Henley, listening to the Human League and Kim Wilde and Belinda Carlisle, Matt. So you're probably a little bit too young to remember those, but
no, I remember all of those.
But no, we had a great time, and it was a very relaxing weekend and a lot of fun. But I was watching the play cricket avidly all the way through to see how we were doing. It looks like it was a disappointing game not to win in the end, Ted, last week. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Took him to the last over.
first ball of the 50th over. Plus
Yes, no.
Yeah, great knock by Ethan.
He got the highest score in the league that day, and his reward is to be playing with the twos today. But I'm sure, being a club man that he is, he knows exactly why that is. So that really is a quite extraordinary start to today's play. I think if we'd been doing that, there'd have been a lot of frowns and furrowed brows around the touchline, wouldn't there, Ted?
Do you think the ball moved away from
No, it was a rank long up outside off stump. It should have been left. Simple as that. Or he should. It looked like it looked. Well, he didn't really. It was a nothing shot.
I'd like to shout out to Mr. Hook for playing in the fours today, because originally I was going to have to go and play in the full team.
Apparently you bribed him by agreeing to pay his whole family's match fees and send them on holiday to the Costa del Sol, is that right?
I was quite happy to go and play, but he's a better cricketer than me, so that'll be a wide.
That's coming our way, watch out, Ted. Oh, no, that's gone. That's currently going towards Stanton Harcourt.
5 wide.
One of the most eventful first overs we've seen. Yes, so you had a good couple of weeks, Matt. So we were just discussing before we went on air, Matt, that you've been down to Westwood Ho, the scene of many misspent youth by myself over the years. And how was Westwood Ho? Did you go into the slot machine places?
We did. My son won 500 tickets on a machine, and then.
And what does that get you? What does 500 tickets get you?
Not a great deal, but he was very. The most exciting bit was gathering up all the tickets.
Yes,
yeah.
You do feel as though you're a multi-millionaire, and you find out you can get a very small bunny with it or something like that.
Exactly that, yeah. You got it.
Yes, they're very clever, those places.
We stayed in an amazing place that had a hot tub and a cinema room, and I was watching.
Oh, that got quite big on him actually. He's gloved that. You won't be able to hear that necessarily on the camera, but he's played a conventional forward defensive, and has risen up off just short of a length and hit him on the glove, and he's now having a look at his hand while he thinks no one's looking. But yeah, so Carol, how did you manage to get a place with a hot tub in Westwood Ho?
It was Airbnb. It was a cancellation.
Okay.
And it had 25% off. We booked it on the Tuesday and went on the Thursday. So
fantastic. And you know that Westwood Ho is the only named place in the whole of the country that has an exclamation mark in it.
No, I didn't know.
No, you see, you've learnt something today.
Might be wide. Yes, it is wide.
So perhaps radar's a little bit off today. And considering we're only 3 balls into the day, he's got the Pravalar slump of his shoulders, as if to say, it's not my fault. It's not my fault, Gov, that I bowled 2 wides. Could be a very long day at this rate.
I was about to say, sometimes Pravalar is absolutely on the money, and he bowls with venom.
Well, he's bowled a wicket with a wide one. He's bowled 4 wides down the leg side. He's bowled a wide on the off side, and he's bowled a very good delivery just off the length.
That's a better one.
Yeah.
And it's had a bit of whip as well.
Yeah. So there's been some rumours around as well that Giorgio Sandbach might not have many games left in the league. Is this true?
Apparently so. Yeah, I only found out today. I think he's announcing his retirement at the end of this season for Saturday cricket. I'm sure. Saying full retirement. I don't think it'll be full retirement. But he's got a lot on his plate with his business.
Talking of which, it looks like is that Lord Ted over in the seat in the far corner? Is that a Ted-like pink shirt, or is that who is that?
I think it's a Luke type pink.
Oh, it's a Luke. Yes, because there was a cigarette being smoked, and I know that Ted doesn't smoke. So we've
Alexander Burford watching from France. Hi, Alexander. I think he's one of our new youngsters.
Could
isn't
make
he?
this box a little bit over.
Let me just move. Can't see the chat box. There we go.
Right, so we're looking at the chat box now. So yes, Alexander, tell us your story, please. I presume since I don't know the name, you're a Cumnor fan, are you?
No, I think he's a new youngster at the club here.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. I think he.
So have you been taken to France by your parents against your wishes and not enabling you to play a league match today? If so, do 1 tick on the chat, and I'll have a chat with your parents online and say what on earth they're thinking. only 2 weeks to go of the cricket season. We've got to make them as much cricket as possible. So we've got Matt Warner from this end, doing a few practice bowls with legend and comms expert
Cosford.
Matt Watts, who's got Tom Cosford's shirt on.
Long sleeve shirt.
Long sleeve
It's
shirt.
going to be nice and
Yes, he's going to be snug in that.
slippery.
That'll be leg side wide.
He moved across. Went over the
No, anything down the leg side.
It wasn't.
I noticed that the international. Yeah, you've been watching too much television, Matt. This is what they do in the 100. I think that may be a.
If you move across, I don't think it should be a wide.
Yeah, if it would have been a wide if you hadn't moved, and if it had been down the leg side, even if you hadn't moved across, then it should be a wide, and I think that probably was in that book. So
even if you're standing outside leg and you move across and it goes where you were, I don't think that should be a wide.
Yeah, no, it is a wide.
It is a wide, I know.
Yeah,
but
it should be a wide because otherwise you'll. I mean, the bowler is still going to bowl the stumps essentially, and the rule is that if in your normal standing position, that's swung quite a long way in, fielded by the Goose at mid-off. Yeah, I mean, I think it's what the umpires have done in at the high level, the first class level, is put all sorts of doubt in all the other umpires in the country who've not been instructed in the same way, and you have to make judgments about where people adjust their stance to. And if somebody's standing literally outside the leg stump, just to put the bowler off, I don't think it should. And what you're saying is that it shouldn't be against the bowler if he then bowls it at him and he moves in. Yeah, well, I think that would be the case. I don't think that guy moved over nearly as much as you thought he did. Freddie's just taken a catch. A very good catch at gully. That actually was an excellent ball. It was a good catch by Freddie, and it's just he didn't quite get his head over it, and he was playing it slightly onto the onside, and excellent delivery. And Cumnor find themselves 2 wickets down. This is not an uncommon thing for Cumnor for reading the scores I do, because they rely an enormous amount on Will Bull to get a lot of their runs for them. And I imagine this is probably him coming in now. It looks like his punchy stance.
It is, yeah.
Yep. So I was just saying to Matt before we came on there, Charles Rex Bull, my very good school friend, is Will Bull's dad, and Charlie and I went to school together for our whole school life and had a lot of fun over the years. It's a very, very fine shot. You'll be glad to hear. So
didn't Will used to play for Downs?
Yes, he did. He used to play for Downs. He used to go to, I think he went to Abingdon School and then transferred to St Edward's School, my old school, where Charlie and I went, and absolutely blossomed there. And he's a very fine cricketer. And he's literally, as you saw from the interview I did at the start, he's about to go to discover himself around Australia with his girlfriend for 2 years. So he's only got 2 more games. There's a big day tomorrow, which Freddie's somehow been roped into playing, the Beer Fest at Cumnor. Have you heard of that at all?
I saw it. It's our 6-a-side day, so unfortunately I can't go. So
yeah, no,
we've
well,
got an event here.
I'm a bit torn, but yeah. So so he's somehow Freddie's been roped into playing in that. I don't know what that's all about, whether it's serious or not. So
I think this umpire here is the same umpire we had earlier in the season, where he had 2 supporters online who were tuning in. I can't remember their names now. It's Merv and Auntie Betty or something like that. Paul took the details.
I do know. I remember Auntie Betty. Yes,
Auntie
but
Betty,
it was Auntie something, because I remember she wasn't very talkative, but somebody else was.
Here's Matt.
Nice away shape. Well left by Will. It's probably what the previous batsman should have done. I do like seeing. I prefer Matt as a bowler when he hits the pitch a bit, when he actually bends his bat. So punch through the offside for a couple, probably. We've got our two best fielders in the covers, Maggott and the extremely good-looking Luke Maslin. Then we've got Freddie Smith at gully. We've got Captain Courageous at second slip. Tom Cosford at first slip. Obviously Frankie Beans at keeping. Deep fine leg is Pravelar. Giorgio Sam Batch is at sort of short mid-wicket. Goose Miller is at mid-on. Senior pro and comms guru Matt Watts is at mid-off.
Just move the bear camera around a bit. Oh, you've got to show the back of your new Arsenal shirt to the viewers. He's spinning around on his chair. It says "Big Bad Bear" here. That's good. How much?
I like to keep a low
profile. Per letter you pay, do you?
No, I don't think it is. No, I couldn't get a number. My favourite number, as you know, is 111 Nelson's, and they would only let me have 2 numbers, so I decided not to have a number on it. I know it's really stingy of them, wasn't it? But yes, no, I hadn't had a new Arsenal shirt for some time, and I felt that with Arsenal having such a good start to the season, that it warranted a new shirt.
They don't actually play any good teams until about.
They got Man U. Well, they got Man U game.
I'll repeat that. They don't play any good teams until Chelsea.
We've got Fulham. We've got Fulham today. We've got Aston Villa on Wednesday, which I shall be going to as well. Then next Sunday we've got Manchester United, which will be regarded as the first sort of interesting fixture that we got. So you're absolutely right. It's all about fixture. Last season, yes, we should have beaten Brentford first game, but then we had Chelsea and Liverpool, Chelsea and Man City. So really, it wasn't surprising we had such a bad start. Right, so we've got Pravelar, just seeing how his radar's going. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery, though. And there's going to be a free ball here. So they've started in other places. Slav lost a wicket already, playing against Banbury. Buckingham are 13 for 0. Finch Hampstead 10 for 2. Aston Rowan 24 for 0. And Henley are 4 for 0. In our league, Chesham are 16 for 0 off 4. Harefield are 8 for 2 against Horsepath. Cumnor, as we know, here. Tame are 15 for 0 off 3, and Wargrave are 24 for 0 off 3.
I think one of them. Can Horsepath catch?
That's an interesting shot. That's free. That's what is a free ball. I thought, gosh, blimey. So Pravelar got away with the free ball.
Harefield are already promoted. Wargrave can just about be caught by Chesham. So who was the umpire? Sorry, Paul Fowler's back here. So who was the chap, the umpire? We had to give 2 shout-outs, and I can't. Was it Auntie Betty?
Oh yes, but it's after 12.
After 12, okay.
With Cousin Marl until after 12.
Right, Cousin Marl. That's it.
That looks like is that runs or a leg by? That's leg by.
Come off the leg bys.
Yeah, leg bys. Okay. 4 leg bys.
The other thing, I always like to ask questions. Why a front foot no ball? Why do you get 2 runs for that? Why is it not 1 extra and a free hit?
I presume someone decided that they wanted to penalise you more. I don't know the answer. It's been one run for a no ball and a wide for as long as I was playing cricket up until that point.
Except for the home counties, where it's 2.
That's probably going to be punched through for 4. It's a short boundary there. Not even the extremely good-looking Luke Maslin is going to be able to stop that. 4 runs, punched through the offside, slightly over-pitched by Prav. So obviously having Gus Miller back in the side also brings us another bowler, so he'll be a direct replacement for Loz. So Alexander Burford has obviously been caught by his parents messaging us and being asked to be helped come back from France, and has been shut in the cupboard because we haven't heard from him since. I feel your pain, Alexander. I feel your pain. But look on the bright side, school's starting soon. Big Phil, nice to see you. I haven't seen you all season. I'm missing you.
So I think the 2s start at 11:30. We'll keep you abreast of that score because it's pretty important. The 2s. have, if they win 2 games, basically they'll get promoted.
Talking about the twos, we had some good performances from a couple of our club mates in the Oxfordshire under-18s during the week, who beat Berkshire. Henry Welch got several weeks. He got a 6-fer, he got a 6-fer and then a 2-fer, and then Ollie Armstrong got the winning wicket with 5 runs still to go for Berkshire, and it was absolutely a brilliant day's cricket. I was kind of watching as well because Freddie's little cousin was playing for Berkshire. He's their keeper, so I was kind of watching that, and looked like a very exciting, although low scoring, but a game of cricket that went the full length of 3 days, which is always a good sign. But yeah, well done to those young guys, and I would have thought that next year both of them will be, well obviously Ollie's been in and out a little bit already, but I would have thought Henry Welsh must be on the verge of pushing for a first team league place as well.
Yeah,
I thought so.
That's better, Prav. So 19 for 2 off 3.
So young Alex has been in touch, had he?
Yes.
Yeah, Alex Burford. Yes, he's watching from France. He's been taken away.
Let's see whether I can get the 2 score ready. So I've got it at my fingertips. It's on Total Cricket Scorer, isn't it?
Just giving Barnes a little wave there, making. Remember that he is essentially a member of the comms team, not a member of the first 11. So, yes, it's good shape there. It's definitely getting some decent shape. Swinging away from the right-hander. We're 3 overs in, and it's 14 for 2. It's taken an awful long time to bowl this. It's taken 21 minutes to bowl 3 overs.
I hope we're not on the verge of getting a penalty.
Well,
there's been a few slight screen moves,
so a non-striker dropped his bat, and that put Bully off. So everything was halted.
It'd be interesting to see. Do the umpires take that into account? The shenanigans, the movement of sight screens and stuff like that when they're handing out penalties.
They don't.
Because
I mean, I'll go back to that famous incident at Wormsley, where we had it stolen from us. I mean, and that's a nice looking shot of the back foot. The idea of slow over rates is all about it getting dark at the end of the day and being unfair for the team that's having to bat or play in the dark. You're absolutely right. If the ball is disappearing to orbit, if the batting side score 400 runs, there's no conceivable way you can bowl your overs in time because you spend the whole time chasing and collecting leather all over the place. So they do need to take things like that into account, and also they need to take into account if you've only got one sight screen and you've got a left-hander and a right-hander batting all the way through. Constant moving of the sight screens takes time. So all those little things are quite important.
just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe.
Yes, please subscribe.
Trying to get to the mythical 1,000 subscribers. I know we're a long way off, but I really would appreciate it if you hit the subscribe.
I noticed on Adele's Instagram the other day that she was nervous that the number of subscribers that Oxford Downs Cricket Club are getting is approaching her levels, and she was going to having to buy some followers just to try and keep us at bay because we're moving so quickly.
I haven't resorted to the purchasing of followers.
What a great idea!
You can actually do it, but I'm a bit nervous.
I know, but you might.
There's no point, you know.
You might actually get people that don't understand cricket. Imagine that. So somehow we must get Captain Courageous moved himself into the covers and shifted Maggott across. 14 for 2 off 3 overs. He's obviously giving Bull quite a lot of respect here. That's quite a lot in that, so he's naturally shaping it away. That was just short of a length and has got quite big on Bully, and he's almost taken that on the glove and played it with a little bit of discomfort. So
Maiden.
He may be thinking, what have I done? batting first. But two really good overs from Warnes. A mixed bag, I think it's fair to say, from Pravilar. We've got 16 listeners. Please feel free to send us messages if you can work out how to use your message box. We do like a bit of banter. Just bear in mind, you will only be able to banter with me for another 3 hours. Because, as I mentioned before, I'm going up to the Emirates to watch our march to our first league title since the Invincibles. I can but dream. All I would say is the last time we won the first 4 games in a league season was the Invincibles year. And look what happened then. People kept on saying, you'll never keep it up, you'll never keep it up, you'll never keep it up.
A bit like Ipswich, living in the 80s, mate. Or 90s in your case.
At least we can live in an age where we're successful.
Well, that is true, yeah.
Well, even not...
Seasons in the top flight, is that all you've had?
Yeah, and the League Cup, the Milk Cup.
Don't
forget the Milk Cup. Don't forget the Milk Cup. And if you get Gary Brock onto the Milk Cup and his brother Kevin, we could be here all week. I know that Ulster team used to be a great feeder. You know, so Ray Houghton, he was ex-Oxford. Aldridge, yes.
Matt Elliott.
Bobby McDonald. Was it Bobby McDonald?
Bobby McDonald played for us, yeah.
The wonderfully moustached Malcolm Shotton.
I had the pleasure of being on a board.
Ooh, ouch.
That's going to go for 4-leg byes. Was he playing a shot? Would be what I'd be asking. Looked like he was taking evasive action to me. I had the pleasure of being on the board with Pete Foley, who is an extremely nice guy. I don't remember Pete Foley used to play for Oxford United. Yeah. He was a very fine player.
70s player.
Yep, good player, very nice guy. He now works for St James's Place.
SJP.
Financial advisors. And Rhodesy as well. I've done a bit with Rhodesy over the years. Very nice guy.
Bully's averaging nicely this season.
Yeah, he's
36.
Yeah,
averaging top score of 97.
It's an extraordinary shot.
Wild switch.
George doing a little bit of whooping at mid-wicket at the way that ball's went. Extraordinary attitude.
Quite easily got a little nipple on that, a little nibble.
No, hang on a second. Sorry, listeners. Those thoughts of nipples are purely Matt's and none of our own.
Nipple. Mr. Nipple.
Mr. Bushnell. Morning, Mr. Bear. I heard, Kieran. First of all, can I just give you and Woodsy? I've already congratulated Woodsy because I saw him in the nets yesterday with his tax return, which he was delighted to have. But can I give you congratulations as to the great victory during the week? And also, I understand that some people are starting to call you Slim Jim because you've lost so much weight. Is this true? Perhaps you can enlighten us your secret of losing weight, because Matt Bowden is a little bit worried that he's getting a bit porky.
Yeah, I ought to move it really, actually. Yeah.
That would be quite... No, leave it actually, because if the ball does hit it, it'll be perfect.
So these Chinese cut that for 4. This is a shot a ball going on at the moment we have here. Yep. Warren's not very happy that he's having to trot backwards and forwards to collect balls going fine. But anyway, that was another woo-ha that was Chinese cut to fine leg.
Could have
for
quite
4.
easily played that on,
Easily played that on. I'm not really sure. I mean, Hussein's obviously in a hurry, but I think the word teeing off is the way I would describe it. I wouldn't be at all surprised if this isn't quite short from Pravilar.
Bang it in.
I think he might bang it in. Oh no.
Oh, you're right there.
Did you? I've just heard from Kieran Bushnell that Ollie Armstrong broke his finger when he took the catch. So he's not playing today?
No. Hence, that was the reason why I nearly had to play in the Falls.
Oh,
well,
poor old Ollie. Things you do for your team, but if you're gonna break a finger right at the end of the cricket season is probably the right time to do it. Yeah.
My stint in the nets last night. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate never to have broken a finger. I've got lots of bent ones. You like that one? Yeah.
Comparing fingers.
Yeah. That was Luton, 1984. Caught the catch at deep backward square leg.
You didn't break your finger then?
No, the end of my finger was dangling down. Like it was got, and the tendon dislocated and snapped tendon. So, but not the bone.
Oh, that's clever.
Anyone having a late breakfast?
Okay, nothing wrong. Breakfast is breakfast.
So
the score's now 27 for 2 off 5. That doesn't really tell the story. Apart from Will Bull, the batting has been markedly kamikaze. Is the best way I would describe it.
Kieran's off to Banbury United versus Hereford today. Good luck, Banbury, on that front.
That's a good shot. He's going to go down.
Yes,
Oh, no, didn't quite make it. Unlucky Barnes. It's a great effort.
Unlucky County, Matt.
Beautifully rolled.
Yeah, well done. We don't need to roll that part of the pitch.
So Bull is off and running with a nicely created off drive. I mean, he definitely is the guy to get out. I think if you get him out, then Hector Chambers, who's an old schoolmate of Freddie's, he'll be coming in soon. He's a very good player. But as you've seen from the stats, Will Bull has scored a lot of their runs from this season. 18% of their runs, yeah.
Well done, Stato.
Yeah. You are the Bill Frindle of our team.
What's really hard, Matt?
Lucky you.
I think it's because Matt was talking about nipples earlier on.
If you didn't pick that up on the mic, Matt Watt's saying the ground's really hard.
Yes, he did. And that's because he's just dived to try and stop one at mid-off very. It's just difficult to know when you're not a regular at playing cricket at all, let alone at this level. It's difficult to know exactly where in the field to put you that will cause the least amount of pain for you and your team with regards to runs. I'm not sure that mid-off in a 50-over game is where I would have him. The trouble is you can't really play in the slips. I mean, I found this when I came back to play with Freddie, is that you need to play a lot in the slips and be practiced at it to be a good slipper. So you can't just go in the slips because you're old, because the ball just hit you, because it comes so quickly in the slips. So short mid-wicket's not bad, but you can't go short mid-wicket because there's no one behind him. So I suppose mid-off's as good a place as any, but you wouldn't want him to go long off because you really do need someone tall. And third man's not bad, but then you can't have him third man both ends at his age because he'll only make it to over 20 before he collapses.
There's a bit more on the chat here.
Rivo, hello Rivo.
Hey Nick, how's Tbilisi?
Yeah.
Kieran Bushnell, final county under game. Norfolk next week. If it's anything like the last week's game, then we're in for good fun.
So of course, as you know, Kieran, Banbury is the town where I have spent virtually my whole working life, running our little office there. So I know Banbury well. I know the Puritans. I've been to see the Puritans a few times, next to the canal.
Looks like Will's got an injury here.
Yeah, I think he hit the ball
Yeah.
into his foot.
And of course, it used to be managed by Kevin Brock. Banbury the Puritans had a player manager, Kevin Brock, who is obviously Loz's uncle and Gary's brother. So you'll enjoy that. 2,000 at the Puritans this afternoon. That's going to be a big old crowd. You've got a very distinctive yellow and red kit, the Puritans.
Pravalar in. Left.
Yes, that's good area from Prav. Decent carry as well.
Do you mind if I hand over to you for a little bit of commentating, PF? I'm just going to go and move my car.
Yeah. As we get through the overs and the batting goes a little bit more aggressive, Matt's worried about his car.
Good morning.
Yes, welcome, Badger. How are you?
Good, good.
Lovely picture of you playing in a very high-level football match in goal. Oh, Freddie just missed that.
Should we safely? Yeah,
Nicely. So Freddie missed it in the gully, swept by Matt Warner on the boundary. 1 run. So it's the first ball that Bully has faced down this end, I believe. But yes, so it's you were a fine goalkeeping athlete in your time, were you?
I used to play in goal, and as you pointed out earlier on off camera, that you're a bit short for a goalkeeper.
Oh, well, was I that harsh?
Yes, you were. It was exasperation, I think. What? No, I was a very tall 12-year-old, and I stopped growing. So then the challenge of being 5'9" as a goalie was an effort.
Not even in the women's game do you see any people 5'9".
No. Well, there were some fine goalies in the past. Paul Cooper was not a tall lad.
Yeah.
Ipswich goalie. As several.
That's another.
I think even Shilton was deemed to be quite short, only about 6'1".
Yeah, there are some giants now, aren't there?
Yeah.
And they wear massive, great big gloves now as well. But I remember Bob Wilson playing for Arsenal didn't wear gloves at all.
No.
He didn't wear gloves at all. He just there with his hands. And you think now they got these enormous, great big gloves.
They're huge.
Yes,
those are my football
Costly
days.
corner and Cosford corner. Are we better? Very pleased to say that we have Costly corner merged with Cosford corner today in one big corner. But Lucy's been very poorly. She's had COVID, and Sarah's been looking after her. So very good to see them back in action and raring to go. COVID is the pandemic that keeps on giving.
It is. Yes, it's. Yeah. And I still haven't had it. Then again, I can't catch. I can't catch many things, but no, I've still yet to get the COVID.
I have to say, Mr. Hussain doesn't like what Prav's doing to her at the moment. Jones in Dad's Army would say he doesn't like it, but Upham.
No, exactly that.
Oh, the sound of Matt's car being moved behind us. He's clipped that to fine leg for 4. Not quite sure why we haven't got a fine leg, to be fair. With very short boundaries and very fast boundaries, we're just giving runs away. What do you think, Warnes?
If you heard that, Warnes was saying, I've told him all season he needs a third and a fine.
Also, it'll save Warnes running backwards and forwards collecting the ball.
Oh, an update from the Twos. They have won the toss and will bat.
Is that a good thing? Are we happy with that?
Well, I suppose set a score.
So that's the end of the over. It's 38 for 2, and I would say at least 28 of those runs are streaky.
Yes,
to say the least. Which means that they shouldn't really have been scored, and they've been ever so slightly cavalier in their attitude to some extent.
No, quite. Oh.
So Luke List has had his rest on his bench with his cigarette and is now approaching the comms box.
With another cigarette on the go.
Well, you can't expect him to get all the way around the boundary with that one. Listy.
Morning, Mr. List. How are we?
We were just saying that of the 38 runs they've scored, at least 28 of them are streaky and cavalier. So they ought to still be about 13 for 2. Warnes is in a strop, which we always love to see Warnes in a strop, because it means he bowls a little bit quicker and a little bit more effectively, I think, by the fact that we haven't got a third man and a fine leg. That's a lovely, lovely shape.
Now, I don't understand what the modern trend about not having a third man is all about.
No, I've never. And Ian, but you get Ian Botham onto it. If you get Ian Botham on the subject, he goes absolutely bananas, because it's just a waste of. If someone edges you through the slips and they get 4 for it, you've bowled a good ball. And they get 4 runs. It's just as good as a cover drive as far as they're concerned.
So the fine leg is designed to protect against a bad ball.
Yeah.
Like that, which is your own fault.
Yeah. So there does seem a bit in this pitch. The ball's been, when it's put in the right place, which hasn't been every single ball, but when it's put in the right place, it is lifting off just short of a length.
Well,
See how green the pitch is.
Yes, we've had a couple of gloved balls. It's very green. Apparently, we have broken all hosepipe bands and poured as much water as we can. So we haven't broken any hosepipe bands, but we have put lots of water on. That's a lovely shot.
I witnessed the grass coming off that yesterday, and You'd be amazed.
So you can explain to me now why, when he's bowled every single ball pretty much on the money, shaping away from a right-hander, why we haven't got a third man in. Because sure as eggs are apples, he is going to edge one through that gap between Freddie and Cosford any minute.
Has he been authoritatively driven through mid-on yet?
No.
Oh, hello. Oh.
Well backed up by George. Oh, and he's hurt his back, Hussain has. I would say he's probably hurt his back due to the extreme swishing that he's been doing outside his off stump, rather than turning to try and get back in. He's absolutely been chucking the bat at it with vigour. I haven't seen Warnes quite this grumpy for a long time. I love it. I love grumpy Warnes.
Yeah, there's a bit of fire.
Yeah.
Oh, that will
That's
make
a
him
beautiful
even
shot.
grumpier.
That was a beautiful shot. But to be fair, Warnes shouldn't be that upset about that because it's swinging away from him, and he's got a slip and a gully in, but no third man, obviously.
There's some sort of village litter pick going on.
There we go. The
Duke of Edinburgh.
Oh, is it?
Exercise.
Duke and Edinburgh litter picking.
Across the road and said, "Oh, that's very good of you."
So that's the end of the over. 8 overs gone, 42 for 2. Hussain is on 14, Will Bull is on 10. And it's been almost a surreal first 8 overs. It's taken 40 minutes to bowl 8 overs to start with.
Clearly got pissed last night. He's taking on water after 8 overs.
Yeah. Will Bull is on his march to retirement from cricket in this country. And he's going around the world to discover himself in Australia for 2 years.
Wow.
Wine and
I think he's going with his girlfriend. I believe he's going with his girlfriend. Sounds like a mistake.
That'll make or break a relationship, that will. 2 years travelling
Sounds
together.
like a mistake going to the land of Australian girls for 2 years with your girlfriend.
yeah, I spent 2 weeks in Croatia and South France looking at lovely French things.
When was this? Last week? Is it?
Yeah.
There you are, Bash. I tell you what, he's a very entertaining batsman to watch. Bat sounds like it's just broken. Freddie be looking at the bottom of his bat and turning to me saying, "Another bat, please, Dad." Sorry? Ah, we got a wicket already in the Test match. That's good news. Very pleased to hear that. Did we get him early? We got him early.
Early.
Early in the day.
Early and early. Yes, I got it there. I'm not that slow.
And there's going to be more runs. Giorgio's going to turn. He's going to stop 3. I don't think he will. Bull's very quick. Oh,
The commentary team had a discussion about the stress of the lunch today.
oh no.
Just seeing having to cook rice.
So we have the youngest Mrs. Dunk and Richard Dunk have been making lunch today, and apparently it's been stressful, has it?
Rice.
How do you make rice? Just chuck boiling water in and boil it up,
What's the problem?
isn't it?
It's rice.
I just get the bags left and chuck in the microwave.
Do you know, I even fancy my chances of making rice.
What time do you have to be over? Just, for lunch. When's lunch in between? When's that going to be? After the
A waft outside off stump from Bully. No doubt about it. Prav's got them hopping around a little bit. When he gets in the right place, neither of them look as though they fancy it.
Yes. 39 for 2.
Yes.
Robinson.
South Africa have got an uphill day.
Just a bit. It's got. Oh, he's nicked
And he's
that.
nicked,
Yep.
and that's absolutely
I thought I heard
crucial.
that edge.
That's absolutely crucial. That's a really good wicket for Prav and a really important wicket for Oxford Downs. A bit of away shape.
It was a little
A
bit.
bit of away shape. Frankie Beans doesn't drop those. So
No, he doesn't.
so let's go around the ground. So let's do our league first. So Chesham, 52 for 0. They seem to be charging on at a very old rate. Harefield 27 for 2 off 10. Cumnor 42, as we know here. Tame are 36 for 1 off 10, and Wargrave are 62 for 1 off 10.
Wow.
They are motoring, and let's see, yeah. So, and in the Division 1, Slough 41 for 2, Buckingham 33 for 3, Finch Hampstead 33 for 3, Aston Rowan 64 for 1, and Henley are 38 for 1.
Dear. Oxford are not having a good season.
No. We should be playing against Oxford next season.
It looks very likely.
Oh, Dean Elgar's out.
He is, and I saw the wicket. Anderson sent his stumps.
Did he?
Tumbling.
Jimmy Anderson, who? We've got it here now.
There you go. Love that sound.
So we're just watching. Sorry, not very good for you listeners, I'm afraid. But we're just watching.
Just illegally broadcasting copyrighted
We're
material.
just watching Jimmy Anderson annihilate Elgar stumps. Was that another wicket? Yes, it's
So we have Harry
I
Ackland.
need to move that across.
Harry Ackland. Oh, what do you want? Sorry. Oh, you want that though? Ooh. Bears operating technology. Is that better?
Yes,
Is that how
give
you
you that. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Are you with me there?
Yeah.
So it's 45 for 3. The new batsman is Ackland.
Turn that off. Nope. No, there's no Shanks, no armored Shanks stand today. They're all off to Feastival.
Oh yes, I know lots of people have gone to feast. I go to Rewind obviously
Yes.
every year if I possibly can, and I understand that Feastival's a little bit like an upmarket Rewind where there's not an awful lot of fancy dress and not too much interaction between groups of people having a bit of banter. So
No.
it sounds far too serious for me.
Stereophonics playing in
They are, yes. They're an Oxford band,
can't
aren't they?
stand-
Stereophonics, are they
They're
not?
Welsh, aren't they?
Are they? I thought they went to school in Oxford. Perhaps I'm wrong.
You thinking of Supergrass?
No, I know Supergrass went to Wheatley Park.
and Radiohead.
Radiohead, that's it.
I
I used to coach the drummer's son at hockey from Radiohead. One of them's got ginger hair in Radiohead. Have you come with food? Have you brought food?
Stop wrestling. Yeah, I know.
So this is. Has this guy been down this end? Has he faced Warnes before?
I'm not sure.
He slashed it over.
Don't think he won't get the 4.
No, Maggots after it like a. That's a good piece of fielding. What a great piece of fielding.
Wise leader
Kept it down
refused
to
the
2,
third.
but so he's still insisting on playing a shot of ball. That takes him on to where is he? On to 19. Will Bull caught Frankie Crouch for 10. He'll be disappointed about that. Not Frankie, but Will.
It's gone again. Over the top again.
George
George
won't get that.
the top spin's going to take it away from him.
Yeah. So,
I don't think we'll be too upset when playing shots like this.
well, I think he's pinching with with a capital P. Not going to make.
Why is it called a pinch hitter?
Well, no, don't ask me.
Pinching runs.
No, I don't know why it is. No idea.
Hey, no worries, man.
Don't let it be said that our captain is not a serious man.
No. He doesn't take himself seriously either, thank God. Warnes in again. Oh, it's gone big. That's gone very high. Cossey and what? Oh, lucky. Gus. Off camera there. It was up,
It was-
up, into
It went
the
up and up and up
clouds.
and up. It went over Gus's shoulder. Costley was coming in from mid-on, and they just didn't get back in five. He might have done a full. If he'd been playing in the London Cup, he might have done a full-length dive to try and impress his first-class captain.
Yes.
But I don't think it was worth putting his body on the line and landing in a heap with several broken bones. But we are getting some entertainment here from Mr. Hussain, I have to say.
We are.
Well, that's a defensive shot.
Oh, that's the first one of
I
the day.
say, what's gone on there? Bit of a crowd building. We've got 20 viewers. Well, please send us a message. Rivo, you said afternoon chats. Tell us what it's like in Tbilisi at this moment in time. I don't even know what time of day it is in Tbilisi.
A few hours ahead.
Yeah,
Is
3 or 4 hours.
So Rivo's probably past the yard arm and is into his third beer.
Oh, I think it's like martinis only.
Is it martinis?
Ambassador's residence.
Oh, Ambassador.
Interesting morning's play, Gary. It's taken us 50 minutes to bowl 9 overs to start with, and it's a shot a ball from Mr. Hussain, and it's all a little bit end of term, isn't it? There's a little bit of end of term about this.
So where's Ross today? He's on a stag do, isn't he?
In Manchester, I've seen the pictures.
Have you?
Yeah, the stag is dressed up with.
Oh,
a
is that on
dartboard.
Insta? That's on
Yeah, on
Instagram.
his
Yes,
Instagram.
I did see it on Instagram. I couldn't work out what's going on.
Dartboard as a head.
Yes. That's
Not
ended
sure
over.
what the
10
drink
overs
is.
gone. It's taken us, listeners, 50 minutes to bowl 10 overs, and that means that we're going to be here if the game goes its full duration till about 10 o'clock. Oh, I moved it around. That was me.
I did
Sorry.
as well.
Sorry. Our technical expert Matt Bone has just come back and repaired the damage that Badger and I have caused by.
I thought they started having. Oh no, it's 12 o'clock start. Sorry.
Yeah, it just feels like we've been here for hours.
It does. Yes, thanks.
A few more people turning up.
Yes, the crowd's beginning to swell.
Yeah, I think we'll get a few in from Cumnor. It is pretty much a
very-
local
it's
derby.
pretty much our closest opposition, isn't it?
It is. Well, yes. When you play for the Fours, your sort of local competition is Stanton, obviously.
Yes, with the Sutton boys.
Yes. Played that nicely.
Well fielded by Matt.
Fielded.
He's had a lot to do, Matt has today.
He has, hasn't he? Bar is opening a little bit earlier today.
I forgot that I bought presents.
You've bought presents. Oh my word! More Rocky Road, the famous
The infamous Rocky Road.
Rocky Road, which always
Just
has
so that
to
you
accompany.
guys are happy when I go off to watch go off to watch Arsenal. I want you guys to be happy in my absence.
Just had a pang of sadness. It's our last Rocky Road of the season.
I know.
I think
Oh, that's quick. That was a quick delivery.
we are going to stream seconds at home next Saturday.
Are we?
Are you?
Final game in the season.
Oh. Where are the ones playing?
Ones are away at Chesham.
No, well, I'll be here instead.
It could be a direct shootout promotion game between them and Buckingham Town seconds,
Yeah.
depending on the results today.
Yeah, I have a bit of a bet on with young Gus Watts about that last game. I said if he took a fifer or scored 50, I would bring out his water bottle dressed as a party boy stripper type outfit.
What, at Chesham?
No, the twos here.
Oh, right.
The twos here.
Oh, yes. It's quite risky.
It is a bit.
So
I think he
Barnes
has to do it
might
as well.
well commentate here then, mightn't he?
He may well, yeah. Prav in again.
Yeah, fuller length, swung into him.
Up you get, Prav. What's that wicket I prepared for the Super Sixes tomorrow? Six-a-side tomorrow. I have a
Yes,
very
I do.
fine team.
You're playing, are you?
I am playing. I have Matthew Bowden in my team.
So what are the rules? What happens if six first teamers put a team together?
Well,
would that be
it doesn't
unfair?
usually happen. It would be a bit. I have no gun in my team. Whereas some of the teams...
You're
we
firing
have,
blanks, basically.
I always fire blanks. Thankfully, that's the way I like it. I've already got 2 kids. Yeah, so it should be a good giggle.
Richard Whitaker says, good morning.
Ah.
Thank you, Richard. Where are you?
Yes, we need to know if there's anyone anywhere exotic.
Yeah, well, we've got Rivo from Tbilisi, and it still hasn't come back to us
Yep.
and told us what he's up to in Tbilisi.
The other week we had the lists in France.
Okay.
The Wakeleys in the Maldives watching us. Matt watching us in a hot tub in Westwood Ho.
Yes.
So there should be a prize for the most far away and glamorous place where you're watching us. Maybe a tub of Bears Rocky Road will be yours to keep.
Yes. So we've now cruised through 11 overs in 54 minutes, and the score is 55 for 3. And for the neutral, it's been a very entertaining first 55 minutes, to be fair.
Mr. List imparting some advice and coaching to the Cumnor chaps on the veranda.
Yes, to bully, I think. He's just telling him about the double hundred he scored when he was a youngster, about where all the shots went. Actually, it may even have been at the other ground he scored his double hundred.
Yes. You could tell, Tom. We could tell. Tom being very enthusiastic.
Are you worried about the over 8, Captain?
Bit slow.
Keeps it bad for you. They can't find any Chilwell League balls, and I've got to go and get them some Chilwell League balls.
Oh my God.
Aren't you a saint, Matthew? You're a saint.
A slower ball from Matt Warner. Looped it in. He seems to have stopped playing a shot a ball
Yeah.
for some reason. I wonder whether he overheard me being critical. Or whether he's one of these guys that gets to 25 by playing outrageous shots and then beds in.
Yeah.
There's a guy called John Hartley back in the day who used to do exactly that. He was a very, very good cricketer, but he's nervous in the tens. Oh, it's got Captain Courageous on the thumb. That was a full toss from Warnes, hit very firmly to mid-on. Just as it got to Captain Courageous, it popped up and hit him on the thumb.
Well, Mr. Hussain at the moment is averaging a healthy 27 with a top score of 59, so he might be having that top score of his season in his mind. Last season, top score 130, so you can certainly bat.
This is probably going to be Matt Warner's last over. This is his 6th over. I would expect the Goose will be warming up. Although he doesn't look like he's warming up. He looks like he's strutting like professional cricketers strut.
Enjoying the sun.
Of course, he will be particularly disappointed to see AJ demonstrating his glass chin in the most recent boxing match he had after he'd accused him of having one. Goose, you've had any messages from AJ since his big fight? Has he? Perhaps a rematch with you would be what he's after. Just having a chat with Goose Miller about Anthony Joshua, who we had a little bit of a spat with on social media.
Oh, it's gone again.
Oh, that was very. I thought I'd gone straight to.
I thought that had
gone straight to Maggot at extra cover, but it's just gone. It's gone through to long off for a single, but very uppish. Another good over from Matt. I guess that might be. Thank you very much. So Richard Whitaker had a darts practice last night, and it was a big party afterwards. So obviously darts practice must be an important thing if you have a massive session afterwards.
And he's about to cycle.
He's going to cycle to Abingdon to watch the to
Mr.
watch Ethan
David.
brutalise a massive 100. Bang in form.
He is that.
Does that mean he'll be playing against Whitey?
Oh, could be.
Ethan against Whitey. I'd almost pay money to see that.
You should get Simon to live stream it.
So, Pravilar continuing. Didn't bounce very much.
No, it didn't. I must
Well
have
taken by
not rolled
Frankie.
that. I couldn't have rolled that bit very well yesterday.
Well taken by Frankie Beans.
Just the 1 week left now of groundsmanship for me.
Then it's dig the whole thing up,
I know.
put it out to pasture.
And we're probably going to have a glorious September as well.
It's always
we
there.
could have played. Hey ho.
Are there no friendlies at all?
Not at the moment. And I
Yep.
think it's already booked in to
Yeah.
put the square to bed.
Yes,
I'd
it
like
does.
to do it fairly early, or on time, I should say, not necessarily early. So there will be a work party, ladies and gents, where we all need help from our members. More details coming out over email shortly.
Claire has sent details out. She
Yes.
sent the
Oh,
details.
yes.
She sent details out during the week.
But like specifics in terms of what nights.
Yeah.
So we don't need that much help, just a bit of heavy lifting. Won't take us too long with a few of us. Is that a good old
It's
waft
not a
of that?
waft. I think perhaps a little bit too quick for him, to be fair.
Okay, it's making Pac-Man
More gloves.
signal.
No, he wants more gloves.
I'm joking.
He wants his slogger's gloves. I think if he does get an edge to one of those, it's going to come quickly to Big Tom or Frankie Beans.
Brav in again from the chapel end.
That's an absolutely glorious delivery. You can't quite see it on the camera because Big Tom is eclipsing the stumps, but it moved into him in the air and then seamed away, and Frankie took it on the up, to be fair, so it was an absolute perler. So we have one slip, which is Big Tom Cosford. We have Gully Freddie Smith. We have a third man, Matt Warner. Square cover is the incredibly good-looking Luke Maslin. Extra cover is incredibly good-looking Matt Barnes. Oh,
Another one.
that's another one playing on the top. Then we have extra cover Son of Barnes, otherwise known as Maggot. Mid-off Captain Courageous. Mid-on is Goose, who is now warming up, so I think we will be safe to say we're going to see Goose on at this end. And mid-wicket, all by himself, manning the whole of the leg side apart from mid-on, is George, shortly to retire Sandbadge. That paints the picture. Do not bowl it on the leg stump, please, Pravelar. Which, of course, he's just done. Not really. A full toss on leg stump is not what you want to do when you have two people on the leg. But the good news is that it was Gus that had to chase it, so that's really warmed him up nicely for his spell that's about to start.
Very good.
The rocky roads have been christened.
There we go. We have Robert Griffiths. Hello, Robert. In south of France.
And how's the weather in the south of France, Robert? Is it as sunny and glorious as it is here in Stanley?
I'm sure it is.
One thing's certain, you will have some local produce to sample, which is always nice. A baguette, a little bit of
Local
soft
wine.
cheese, a little crisp Sancerre or something like that.
More of a red man, my friend.
Yeah, but not at this time of the day, surely. Surely a bit of rosé or a bit of crisp.
But yeah, it would have to be a light one.
A bit of Whispering Angel
Whispering Angel.
on ice. Whispering Angel on ice. It's nicely played to mid off, where Tom once again
Did
gets
see
it flying at it.
picture this week actually of Nick Owens went to a birthday party and there was like a Jeroboam or whatever size it is, huge, of Whispering Angel.
Fantastic.
Never seen a bottle that size. Not of that.
I think it's called a Nebuchadnezzar.
Nebuchadnezzar after the king. Some of my ancient history knowledge popping back into my brain. That's on length.
Yeah, well left. That was well left. It was a good ball. So Warnes might bowl Warnes through. I don't know whether he might keep a couple up his sleeve. And Prav, I think. Look, I can't work out which end Goose is going to come on now. So I thought he was going to come on this end, and he was warming up. So he maybe he's coming on for Pravelar.
Oh, inside edge.
Yep. Frankie
Could've
Beans
gone
is off. Yep. That was the ball that Matt bowls with a straight up seam that goes on straight with the arm instead of drifting away.
And Mr. Captain Courageous, I see,
Is
is
also warming up. So
warming up.
So the change will be a double change of Captain Courageous and Goose, I guess.
3 to come. That's gone straight up in the air. That's not going to be far off us. That's exactly where Matt's car was.
Yeah,
So
well
you've
done.
probably just seen
Well
that.
done moving Matt's car earlier. That's a good piece of movement. And that is actually, by a country mile, the best shot he's played. It was a pretty glorious straight 6. I don't know where you're off to, Badger. We've got something over us
I
here.
know, but that was. I still haven't got much faith in this. It's quite rickety. That literally was exactly where Matt's car was. Exactly.
They wouldn't give me 3 numbers. They said maximum of 2.
Orms isn't happy today.
Well, he's not going to be any happier now he's been
No,
dispatched
exactly.
into the car park, is he? Just sort of a length.
That was an incredible shot, that. Robert, it's hot. I bet it is. Whereabouts in the south of France, Robert? Do let us know.
Played and missed.
Good work.
Oh, there it is.
And that, bring the end of the over.
Who moved that? Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. Are we back on?
No, it'll take a few seconds to work its way through. Yeah. Sorry.
Who's here?
Matt's getting his weekly delivery of Ann Summers kit.
Love honey. Love honey.
I'm not sure whether he orders it or whether Claire does.
Whatever it is.
So I still don't know if we're back or not. If we're back, apologies, listeners, that we were temporarily offline there. Something happened. Apparently, a cricketer kicked a plug out. It wasn't us because we're far too professional to do anything like that. I'm just getting home counties details for you all. It's hit through the offside comfortably for 4. Nicely hit. That's one of the better shots of the morning. A little bit too short from Captain Courageous. No, I'm all right, thanks. Yeah. Unless you're making a cup of tea. Perfect, thanks. White, no sugar. Yeah. No sugar. Yeah, thanks. Nicely played. So, a decent first over from Captain Courageous. It is 70. Are we still done? No, he just said we were up. He just listened to me and we were up.
Ah, yes, we're back up. Yeah, we're good.
So Oxford against Aston Rowan. That's a big game going on at the moment. Aston Rowan are currently smashing the ball all over the place by the looks of things. The 2 Rousseau brothers are in. Oxford managed to get a couple of wickets, but the score has raced on to 116 off 18 overs. So they're doing pretty well there.
Yeah, sorry about the drop then. We take the shortest route to the router in my house, and the cable I've got, which is the correct length, hasn't got a little tab on the end of it, and I think when they collected the ball it knocked it out.
Yeah, apologies for that.
We just got to keep
We
an eye
didn't
on
miss an awful lot, except so we've got a new change of bowling. Gus Miller's on now. Just short of a length. Hassain's been playing more conservative in the last few overs. He's moved on to 34. Sight screen's just being moved.
See how the 2s are getting on.
So he's tried to pull that, and it's just a little bit too quick for him. And he's towed it to mid-wicket, where the ever-youthful Matt Watts comes into field. So for the field, we've got a deep backward square leg, who I think is Pravallard down there in the shade. We've got one slip, Big Tom Cosford, gully, Freddie Smith, square cover, the incredibly good-looking Maz, extra cover deep, George. Not saving one there, that's a wide down the leg side. He's not saving one, and he's nowhere near the boundary, so I'm not really sure what the point of him being there is. This is there for some sort of top-edge catch. We've got Maggott at short extra cover, Captain Courageous at mid-off, the currently grumpy Matt Warner at mid-on, and as I said before, Matt Watts at mid-wicket. OVR, northwest of Toulouse, Stranglers territory. For those
What's there to lose, eh?
That's a beautiful cover drive.
That is a great shot.
Really an off drive. And that was a very good shot. He's beginning to look quite dangerous now, Hussein. He moves on to 38. Of course, the Stranglers, one of their great songs is Goodbye Toulouse. Fantastic song. What a great group the Stranglers are. Oh, we have another wicket in the Test match. Markram caught Crawley bowled broad 6. South Africa 54 for 3. Another off drive, fielded by the incredibly good looking Maz at square cover. So actually, after all is said and done, they've scored at 5 runs and over for the first 15 overs.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty fair.
Yeah.
Pretty fair score.
I was just about to point that out.
They've scored far too many runs for what's been going on, to be fair.
We've given them quite a few extras.
Chipped it uppishly to Matt Warner, at just about 8 or 9 yards in front of him, but it was a full shot.
We've given them 21 extras.
Look at the lovely man Badger has made me a cup of tea.
Yeah, so out the 75
Thank you so much, Badger.
runs,
I don't care what everyone says about you. You're a lovely chap.
21 are extras.
Yeah, 21 extras is absolutely, after 15 overs, is not satisfactory.
You could be looking at 50 extras here. I know there's some leg buys in that. How many leg buys are in that one? Where are we? Extras. 7 leg buys, 12 wides and 2 no balls. Well, 1 no ball for 2 runs, I think that is.
So I want to know why Richard Whittaker is recovering from his darts practice. So do we have a really good darts team? Do we play in a league, or was it not be here?
It's not here.
No, it's not here.
The only other thing we play is pool.
Yes, and are we in a pool league?
We are.
How do we do in that?
Well, we don't play during the summer, so we automatically get relegated.
Oh, so we always get relegated, and then we always get promoted in the winter.
But
So we're a bit like sort of or Norwich. A bit like Norwich or Fulham, or West Brom in the old days. Now West Brom don't go boing boing; they just go boing. Short outside the off stump from Captain Courageous. Still good carry there. Yeah, well rolled, Badger. So, who's our other bowler going to be today? We're going to see a little bit of Luke Maslin.
Yeah, a bit of Maz and Cosford, I think.
Tried to leave that.
Cosford was in the nets last night.
Was he? Oh, that's with Freddie. Yeah, Freddie's got a new bat. He wanted to knock in before he used today, and no doubt breaks.
That's what Dad's afford to buy new bats.
It's very expensive business having a son that plays cricket and hockey. Hockey sticks aren't cheap either.
Only a little bit of wood.
And look, Ted's got his jugs together. Well, that's nothing to do with what he was up to 2 weekends ago. That's edged for 4. It's a wide edge. But he has still got a smile on his face, it should be said.
So with this hockey stick, does he get a drill and drill bits out and then pour lead into it to make it particularly heavy?
It's not about. I mean, the hockey sticks are made of carbon fibre. They hit the ball as hard as you could possibly ever hit it with any other material.
You don't put lead in the end of it.
You don't need to. No, because the carbon fibre does everything you need it to.
Straight at Freddie there. Looks at his hand afterwards.
Yeah, he always since he was a little child, he's always looked at his hand every time he fields a ball.
Just to make sure they're still there.
Well, I don't know why he does that. So we've got George is still 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. I just don't see the point of that. He's not going to save one, and he could go over his head for 4, which I always think is a bit silly. Oh, very nearly went into the trusty hands of Barnes at extra cover, but that's a decent shot, uppish, but hit it well enough.
They haven't got fielding restrictions. It's interesting. They've only got 2 men outside the circle still.
So it moves on to 80 for 3, which is still pretty good run rate of 16.
Why do you think we only got 2 outside the circle then? We can have 4, can't we? After 15 overs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. That's the answer. Perhaps you'd like to ask Matt Warner, and he'll tell you.
It's beyond my pay grade.
So
some drinks.
Drinks are on.
So after 17
I have my cup of tea.
Oh, it looks like they're doing 2 drinks breaks.
Yes, they would do, yeah.
Because it's warm.
I believe the bar is open, Matt, isn't it? After 12?
I don't know, is the wife back?
There.
Oh yeah, no, the bar is open. The bar is open, yes. We got Anthony. Anthony?
Drinks, ale, lager.
Yes. We had a bit of a disaster. The cooler, the air conditioning unit which cools our bitter has gone wrong and it requires a new one. The engineer came out at 6 this morning. I had a very early start this morning across there, but it's knackered.
Oh dear.
And I think it's a bit of a blessing because I was thinking it's like 15 years old, the aircon unit, and I think it uses a lot of electricity, and our electricity bill has gone up tremendously next year. The estimate has gone up 4-fold. So if we can save some money by getting a more efficient chiller, which apparently they're about 30 to 40% more efficient now, we could probably get the money back on it in 3 or 4 years. So I don't know. Still would rather not have the expense, but I think it's options choice. So you've got some eggs there.
I've got a hard-boiled egg.
Yeah, they've got a bit. That's expanded, hasn't it? Always makes me a bit nervous if you have a container that's expanded. Bear's here with his eggs.
Me eating eggs makes my wife nervous generally.
What, unfertilised eggs?
No. Eggs of any sort. Especially I'm a bit partial to Waitrose quail's eggs, which are very nice.
Oh, they're nice they are, yeah, with a bit of salt.
Bit of rock salt.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll make sure I haven't knocked this wire out again.
Yeah, don't do that, please.
I'll move that down here.
Just put that on the floor.
Yeah. So why hasn't your wire got a hook on the end of it?
Because somebody was a bit overzealous taking it apart once and it broke. So it doesn't have a little tab that keeps it locked in.
See, Ted and Gary are almost morphing into each other with their dress sense. Look.
Oh, they do, yeah.
If it wasn't for their different hats, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between them.
Almost walking in time as well.
I know.
A bit of a discussion off camera. The Downs players are having a bit of a discussion. I could probably move the camera round.
I don't know why. What would they be discussing? The fact that
the weather.
Well, they may be discussing how on earth Cumnor have got onto 84 after 17 overs.
Well, because they've gone for it.
Well, they've gone for it. They had a few edges and stuff like that. But I mean, I wouldn't say we fielded badly.
Let's have a quick look at how the twos are getting on. They are 11 without loss after 4 overs. Just double check that. Yeah, 11 without loss.
When were the 3s and 4s started?
Well, the 4s started an hour ago, I think.
So we're fielding, are we, in the 2s?
The 2s are batting, and it's interesting that Chris Oliver is opening the batting, the wicket keeper. He normally bats at about 6 or 7 from the games I've scored.
Because Woods is not available.
Yeah. Maybe under the instructions to go in and have a swing. You've got pretty good batting line up here with Lauder, Davey, Elwood, Ling, Watts, Russell, Ling. Literally back down to 9. Well, Henry Welch is no slouch with the bat.
Well, he got runs for the under-18s.
Yeah. Just doesn't often get the chance, which is a bit of a shame to bat.
Update on the 4s.
Yep, update on the 4s.
We don't have the 2 hooks playing together. Rich Gauntlet answered the challenge last
Ah,
to play
well done, Rich.
instead of you or me or Mr. Hook.
Does that mean you get your money back?
Well, you never know.
And the Threes have lost the toss and are batting first.
So, yep, Threes have lost the toss and are batting first.
Up at St Hughes.
Just down the road.
So we have Gus continuing after the drinks break from the Nets, Matt Bowden house end.
That died a bit, didn't it?
And they yorked him. Oh, sorry. I moved it so that you couldn't hear me eating my boiled egg. I get complaints from the current Mrs. Bear that when I have little nibbles to eat, all that you can hear on the mic is me chomping.
You noshing.
Yes. So, looking forward to next season with all the new tech that we're going to get. Are you thinking about getting those mics that you hold up there and?
Yes, yeah, I'd like some proper mics and a proper mixing desk. I have talked about it all season. I was given the go-ahead to get it through the committee, but I just kind of held off. Just to make sure.
We'd like to think that next season could be a really big season for Dans. If we get our pro, you know, we've got a couple more youngsters coming up in who on the face of it might become important, and we stand a good chance of getting promoted. So it'd be nice.
Have Nick Rivet back. Bit of rib
Well,
wobblers.
we're going to need it. We're going to need a fourth team captain.
Well, I heard Paul Fowler's going to step up to be fourth team captain.
Well, but no, apparently he's going to be running through the wickets advisor for the first team.
He's gonna
We said hello to Auntie Betty. In Lincoln.
Auntie Betty in Lincoln. Hello.
Cousin Marl.
And
Auntie
cousin Marl.
Betty in Lincoln, is it Gin and Nwali Pra time or not?
They'll be cheering on Lincoln against Fleetwood today.
Lincoln
What
versus
division is Lincoln against
They're in
Fleetwood
the
in?
same division as Ipswich and Oxford.
Are they really?
They did. Yeah. So I think actually Lincoln beat Oxford the other day.
You've got a relegation 6-point today, haven't you?
We have got a relegation 6-pointer at Cheltenham today. Yeah, that is correct, Paul. It's a great shot.
It's a beautiful off drive. A beautiful off drive.
These two have batted well so far, I think.
Yep. It takes squad to 88.
And Auckland moved on to 10. Just get his first name here, I should know. Harry moves on to 10.
Slightly over pitch from Gus. He needs to be hitting the pitch really. He's when you pitch it up and float it up there, it does seem a nice pitch to bat on. The Demons are just short of a length. That's much better. It's a much better length for this pitch. Pounced on by the evergreen Matt Watts. So they've got a lot of Matts floating around, haven't we? We've got Matt Watts, we've got Matt Warner, we've got Matt Bowden in the commentary box.
It's a very popular name back in the 70s.
My brother's called Matt. My brother's called Matt. It is a popular name.
Have you down at the 4-0 today on my predictions there?
I think that's entirely possible. I think we might
They
have
won't let in that many.
we might have Vieira playing today, so we can sing the new Vieira song, which is the same as the old Vieira song, but instead of Senegal, we put Portugal in it. It's genius. The Arsenal fans, absolute genius. And then they got a new song for Saliba as well, which goes. Ooh, Saliba.
Very good. See, they thought about that.
Arsenal fans are genius. I like the you've heard of the Emil Smith Rowe one, haven't you? Well, I like it, 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 I like. Here we go, Saka and Emil Smith Rowe.
Anyway, back to the cricket after that verse. You ever thought of going for the Eurovision?
Well,
We need to go back to last place with you.
Arsenal fans are the Tim Rice of the modern era. No doubt.
It's about all they come
about it.
top of the table.
I would say.
Yeah. You may see Frankie stand up in a minute.
Yeah, I'm about to say, he's Frankie standing up. I don't think he would have a little dance down the wicket. He's only 3 away from his 50, but showing no caution there.
No,
It's worked so far.
it's just a little bit overcast now, or slightly more overcast than it was.
Set fair though, I don't think we're going to be getting any rain.
Fielded by Freddie Smith in the gully. He's now looking at his hand and his knees. Obviously, if you injure 2 parts of your body every time you field it.
So Rob Griffiths says, just send me the invoice. Is that the invoice for the mixer or the air conditioner unit or one of the above? Poor old Rob has to pay everything. Does a very good job as our financial officer. Treasurer, that's the correct word. Financial officer sounds better.
Chief Financial Officer.
CFO.
Yeah.
Do you do your own accounts, Bear?
What do you mean? Do I do my own accounts?
Well, you're an accountant.
Yeah, I know. We're a
But
big firm.
Yes, you're a big firm, but who does the accounts?
One of my
accountants?
partners
So you
is
don't have
that
to do your own accounts.
one of my
are you?
partners is the finance. Yeah, well, anyone can do their own accounts.
Can they?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't get somebody else to do them.
No, absolutely not.
you could
We
make
don't
up
want
some of
we
it.
don't want anybody else knowing what we get up to. So no, one of my partners is our finance partner, and he does the accounts and
Okay.
all of the 350 million KPIs that we have flowing out of our financial information. It just keeps us on
So
our
he
toes.
gets all the numbers, puts them in a big pot, and then sets light to them and cooks them a bit. and
He's
then
a
he
very
gets the
good
numbers
man. He's
out.
a very good man, our finance partner. He's always telling us what we can and can't do, and then we completely ignore it. Yeah, well, we got a banner up here. That was nice. Yeah. That's a beautiful shot.
Great shot.
That is really is. Begins to look a very good player. I'm not quite sure why we haven't got a sweeper out there, to be honest. I think I might have a sweeper out, and I might have a long. I mean, you're absolutely right. We have nobody on the boundary, apart from deep, backward square leg at the
I
moment.
think Captain Courageous has just given the signal to
Yes,
somebody.
he said, oh my goodness me, he sent Barnes out to pasture at deep extra cover. That is a big ask. Playing a miss, pitched up. So this is the 20th over we're in, and it's taken us an hour and a half to bowl 20 overs,
Yeah, that's,
and it's 92 off 20, which would mean that they'd be looking at a total of upwards of 275, I'd have thought, if they continue like this.
375.
Not 375, 275.
monstrous.
In general, you can the professional sides look to double their score at 30 overs.
Yeah. It depends how many wickets they go
Yeah,
with.
of course. That's much better areas from Gus. Much better areas.
So update from the twos, 22 without loss. Matt Young on to 14, Chris Oliver on 2. There must be a few extras in there. 6 extras, yeah. Keep it going, boys. Looking forward to stream the twos next week in a direct shootout with Buckingham Town. That'll be a great game.
Well, that's good shape. Will that be the first time the twos have ever been streamed? Ooh, here come our rice makers.
Well, about 3 seasons ago we did one game.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was using the old technology. There was no, it was just literally...
You've moved on. A bit like the old BBC vans, the grey vans with yeah. We've moved on so much.
It was picture only, no...
Hello,
no.
welcome to Oxford Down. Frightfully good game here today.
Yeah, it was picture only.
Are we allowed to go rice to see you rice? So we have the current youngest Mrs. Dunk and Mr. Dunk are going past us. They're making the rice. Rice to see you, rice.
I don't understand why they're saying rice. I'm sorry.
How is the rice coming along? Bubbling away nicely?
The rice.
That's the sticky rice then. Gus into bowl. He's
Pulled.
got that.
Fielded by.
All direct hit.
Great, that would have been definitely out. A great piece of fielding from Captain Courageous. A ripple of applause from the costly stand. No, they're all on their mobile phones. But it was a fantastic piece of fielding by Captain Courageous.
Sam King, good afternoon, Sam.
Ah, Sam, at last. No doubt he's off to play somewhere.
Still injured.
You're still injured,
He
Sam?
had an unfortunate accident
Oh, dear.
or injury.
Yeah, well, I've always told you, when you get past page 35 of that book, it's dangerous. So that's the end of the 20th over, 93 for 3, exactly 1.5 hours, which means that we've got another, at this rate,
1 hour 40 minutes. Well, it's 3 hours 10. They've got to do it.
1 hour 40 minutes to bowl 30 overs.
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to happen, is it?
Well, they're going to have to resort to a bit of spin. I hope to bowl them out.
Yeah. So good areas that from Captain Courageous. He sent Barnes back out to pasture. I don't think it's got anything to do with the fact that they were all sick and tired of Barnes's banter that they've sent him out on the boundary both ends.
No, I'm working today, says Sam, to support Banbury. Off to support Banbury tomorrow. I thought Banbury,
I think you'll find, Sam, that Banbury are
Banbury-
playing today.
unless Banbury are cricket, could be cricket. I don't know. Banbury cricket will be playing.
The Puritans football are playing today because we know that 2,000 people are going to be watching. We've been told. Numbers are up.
Yeah, 28 viewers. Hello,
Watch
everybody.
out, Adele. We're on our way.
If you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe. Even if you support another club, please give us a sub.
Why
You
would
don't
you
have to-
support another? I suppose you
Well,
can support another
yeah,
club. I mean, we may have some supporters of Cumnor here. That's another waft outside the off stump. It's good over this from Captain Courageous.
See if there's any watchers from Cumnor.
You can't tell.
They've got broadband in Cumnor, haven't they?
Oh, T20
Then I'm not going to
Nationals.
subscribe
T-
if you take the
It's the
mick out of the
T20
ball.
Nationals final at
Thank you.
Basingstoke. That's what band they're playing in.
Oh yes, yeah, because they
Yep.
right. Gotcha, Sam. Because they won the home counties T20.
So it's a big sporting weekend for Banbury full stop.
Hey,
There you go.
played on.
Beautifully,
The ball's coming our way.
beautifully bowled. Here comes the ball. Fielded by Badger. He falls over on his face.
Oh, what a throw!
That's a good arm
Oh,
from the
what an
Badger. That's a
arm.
lovely arm from the Commons box. Didn't make Tom Cosford move a muscle to get that.
Here's my bowling.
And we got an injury in the Commons box as well. Badger has now thrown his shoulder out with that extremely fine bullet-like. Anyway, that caused a ripple of applause from the Costly Corner. In fact, and there's another member arriving for Costly Corner. We've got people arriving all over the place. It's becoming. It's like when
It's Bransby's. Yeah,
it's like when the Eric Hollis
That-
stand
that's
meets
Cosford.
meets
Corner, not
members.
Cosford.
No, they're both. It's joined.
It's a Joss.
It's a
Cosford
it's a joint. It's a,
C&C.
just say it's a TC corner. They're Murphed. So here we got coming. So that's. Oh, I've lost my.
Fine innings.
Yes, he batted well. That was a very
it
good
wasn't
wicket.
Hussein, though. Hussein's still there.
Has he got his how close is he to his half century?
3 runs away. I can put up a bit of a scorecard. We can have a look here. Let's pull that away.
Top score.
There we go. Quick scorecard.
Wouldn't have there.
Message to driver, not there.
Not there. Yeah. That wouldn't be that.
I think she's got some food that she wants me to move.
Is that the current Mrs. Bowden come back? Love to see her. Love to see the current Mrs. Bowden. You are a lucky man.
I am a lucky man. Oh no.
Oh no, that doesn't sound good. Oh no.
Yeah, there was a
Don't
droppage from behind us. My wife has just parked. Actually, you can probably see on the bear cam.
Current Mrs. Bowden has just dropped all the shopping on the drive.
Well, I've got the mic round me, but I did move, and then I saw
He was
Fowler
like a
go.
rat up a drain pipe, wasn't he? Perhaps he knows what she's bought. Yeah. Welcome to Comspot, Lukey. Lovely to see you. We said we. Oh, this is quite a good over. This now. It's starting to cause a lot of problems. We just said Rice to see you Rice to the dunks as they went past. They didn't know what we were talking about.
And I don't know what you're talking about either.
Oh, well, you weren't here, were you? Sorry, that's why no one got my joke. It's because they're making the rice for lunch, and they were asking various people for advice on how to make rice.
Well, surely you just put it in boiling water.
Well, that's exactly what we said, but...
So it cooks at
that's
different
the
rates.
end of Wicket taking over at Captain Courageous. The score is 93 for 4. Over should be 21 now, I believe.
Yeah, you cook it at home in a saucepan, sort of yay size, and here you've got the vast steel vats.
Yeah, 21 overs gone. This is I scored last week.
Oh, no details, please.
No,
Not with the current
scores.
Mrs. Bowden.
I scored.
Sorry.
I did the scoring for the twos last week, and I did keep on forgetting to put the overs up on the
I was
scoreboard.
about to say, with your wife on the drive, that's a very risky story to be telling us.
He's never mind about the shopping.
Right, Gus Miller to continue. Thank you.
Overs are still wrong on the scoreboard. Easy single. Matt Warner comes round to why the over's wrong on the scoreboard. It's taken quite a long time to change that.
You just forget. That's what I was having this problem last week, and actually the umpire in the end. Scorer, can you please update the overs?
Is the overs completely separate to everything else then on the scoreboard?
Yeah, because when you're scoring, you have to key the. Well, Helen does.
Yeah, but Helen's a genius.
Yes, she is a genius. She does a book, a laptop, and the scoreboard.
Yeah. What
They're
would
not
we do without
connected.
Helen? What would we do without
I
Helen?
struggled just doing a laptop and a scoreboard, let alone a book as well.
Well, that's a good ball. That's come back the other way, actually. Nice high action Gus has got.
Who's he's contracted to?
Northampton. Don't crack any jokes. We've already got into trouble about cracking jokes about Northamptonshire County Council.
Marl Bowman. Good afternoon from Lincoln. Hello, Marl. Yep, I hope Lincoln get on well today. The Imps. I've been to that.
Is that what they're
ground.
called, the Imps?
Yeah, it's a nickname. Cecil
Doesn't
Bank, I
sound
think,
quite as
Spain.
powerful as the Gunners, does it?
Well,
That's gone for 4.
through, and it's 4 runs. Chambers off the mark.
The incredibly good-looking Luke Maslin missed that, but was very sensible to make sure he dived, so that the very old Matt Watts had to go and collect the ball. Rule number 1: if you think you might not be able to stop it, dive and stay down.
Pro dive.
Yeah, a pro dive. If you can point at the same time as you go down, then it's absolutely perfect, because the person knows you're not getting back up again. It looks as though he's stepping away to leg to me. I don't know what you think. I know 1 or 2 people I've played with that might be giving him a few verbals at this stage.
Stepping away to leg. Sorry, you're going to have to explain that.
Well, people who don't like pace generally tend to step away from the ball rather than getting behind it. They'll take a step towards the leg side. Take the body out of the way.
So that just the bats
I,
left
mean, I may well be doing him a disservice, and he's just giving himself room to hit it through the offside. I don't know. It's good wheels, good carry.
I'm about to say, surely playing at this level,
Oh, no, don't you be...
Gus is probably not the quickest you're going to face.
No, but I mean, some people just don't like the way you cure it as a youngster is you put a stump behind their feet in their stance, and you tell them you must not move that stump, and they eventually get over it, because every time they hit the stump they realise it's a natural instinct.
I get out of the
And
way.
they don't. Well, yes,
It
but
hurts.
with all due respect, Matt. Yes, he did. Yes. Pulley didn't like people that backed away. Yeah, Pulley was old school.
cut that off.
Rest in peace, Pulley. We love you. My coach, Freddie's coach, everyone's coach. Yeah, he was a great man. Even now, when I'm watching cricket, if someone walks out and they've tucked their socks into their whites, I know they're not going to be a good player, because Pulley told me they won't be.
Unless they walk out holding the bat in their right hand as well.
Yeah, yes.
That's what I said to you about Black Sheep. Walk out of that bat, hold the bat in your left hand.
Lucy has recovered enough from her COVID to start her first fruit-flavoured cider of the day. It's good to see. Good to see.
Fruity cider. Oh, that brings up the 100 for Cumnor of 22 overs.
Yeah, no ripple of applause from either home side, away side, assembled crowd. Matt Watts is warming up. OMG. We weren't expecting to see that.
Oh,
Catch that, somebody.
he might get
Frankie
away with
Beans doesn't drop those. And
Yes.
I'm absolutely right. He doesn't drop those. And he's not got to his 50.
it. That's well batted, though.
That's extremely good catch from Frankie Beans, that was. You can't see that on camera, I'm afraid to say, but it went a long way up. And as it got down to him, he just realised he'd slightly misjudged it. And it drifted away on the breeze, a little bit of a way swing. And he dived and caught it. A very, very good catch. But I knew Frankie would catch it. He doesn't drop those. He's just going out off the pitch now to sign a few autographs, I think.
Got a spare pair of hands on.
Yeah. Sign a few autographs. I suspect he's probably getting his helmet. And we all know how much we love that white helmet.
It's hung up. It's hung up on the
Yeah.
flagpole.
See, it's all carefully planned and choreographed, Frankie's life.
Do you think he's got Wurzel Gummidge
Well, I have
hands?
to say that goes down as one of the more extraordinary innings that I have seen on this pitch. It was
Flashing.
it was Flashing Blade, which was a program I used to watch when I was a kid. In the days where there were only 3 channels and all you could watch during the holidays was Flashing Blade or Robinson Crusoe for the 15th time.
Or Zorro.
Well caught, Frankie. Big round of applause from the comms box.
Commentary area.
I said as the ball went up, Frankie will not drop that.
En route.
Risking the commentator's curse, of course.
I think this is Will Bull coming round. They're playing a bit of the old cricket balls.
Yes, playing pools with a young lady who's presumably attached to one of them, or is the daughter of one of them, or the girlfriend of one of them. I'm going for girlfriend.
His girlfriend, I think.
This is Will Bull's girlfriend, who's going round the world in Australia with.
Well,
We should
I'm
get her in the
hoping
comms box.
Yeah, I'm hoping to capture him in a minute to get him on comms.
We'll get him in the comms box, and I'll do a bit of an interview, and we can find out exactly what's going to happen in Australia.
Exactly. TC in. Very
Oh,
wide.
that's a quick delivery, actually. Frankie's taken that on the up. It's bowling with a few wheels. Captain Courageous today, Ted. The end of term. Shot a ball, wasn't it? Oh, that's a great delivery. That's just as quick as I've seen, as quickly as I've seen Tom bowl for quite a long time. Actually, he's well stoked up.
Watching, but I just had a text message. Apologies, I've only just got it now. Watching, but can't live chat.
Yeah, I have to say, I have that problem when I go on. I can't live chat.
Okay, you have to be signed into YouTube to chat. So
Yes,
you
but
have to have
I'm on the app, so.
Yeah, you have to be signed in. You have to be signed into Google or signed into the app.
But if
to
I'm
be
on the
able to
app,
chat.
I still find it difficult to.
Should be out. Is out.
Well, I have to say that wasn't a very good shot. I have to say. He has nipped in for 3, and this is
Burgles
now
3
beginning to look a
wickets.
little bit
Precarious.
tatty from Cumnor. Someone needs to knuckle down there. I mean, they actually, not by default, but by some streaky runs and some lucky shots, got themselves to nearly 90 off 20 overs, which was the basis of a decent score. But since then, they've capitulated.
So I'll do a quick Google of why can't I live chat. Why can't I live chat on YouTube?
So who have we got coming in now?
No.
No, we got the scorecard. We got the scorecard. I'm just waiting to see when Hector Chambers comes in.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain you've got to be signed in. I'm sorry, apologies if you can't chat. I'm not 100% certain why. There's a lot of whispering going on to my right. I'll don't know what they're saying. Some discussion over something.
Yeah, top secret
Secret.
stuff with legend of everything, Ted Heat.
So gone for 100 for 4 to 100 for 6.
Yeah.
Off this over. 2 in the over.
It's I have to say it's not been pretty to watch.
twos are 31 without loss. Well done, guys. Keep it going. Matt
Is
Young
that a
on
limited overs
17,
game the
Chris
twos
Soller-
play? Is it
It
46
is.
over? What is it? 46 overs straight limited, is it?
It should be 50 overs.
50 over. Oh, is it? So it's exactly the same format as this.
No
Good
idea
wheels.
why we start at 11 still for this. You could start quite easily at 12.
Not the rate we're going through our
but
overs,
yeah,
you can.
that is very true.
Ted, it's taken us 1 hour 45 to bowl 22 overs. And we've mentioned it a few times on calls. I am absolutely flabbergasted how long this game is taking.
I think we're backing to bowl them out so we don't get a penalty.
Well, it's a risky strategy,
It is a risky strategy.
but they are helping us at the moment, to be fair. Yes. So this is what the crowds have come to see. They've come to see... Yes, Barnes!
Barnes, the commentator.
Just to show you that you can be promoted from the comms box onto the pitch in the first 11. We've got a game of ball coming up. Bowling ball.
Wonder which flag they're going for. I'm looking here. That was a long way off. That's better. Can't see. I might even turn the camera around so we can watch the balls.
So we have Matt Watts bowling unplayable off spin from the Matt Bowden end.
We'll see.
So we have son of Barnes at mid long on. We've got Goose at mid off. Freddie Smith at short extra cover. The incredibly good looking Luke Maslin at square cover. Tom Cosford at first slip. Barnes with the Barnes helmet on that the crowds have also come to see. Pravlar backward short square leg by the looks of things. Captain Courageous at short mid wicket, and Giorgio, shortly to retire, Sambach, is at deep mid wicket. Here we go, Barnes. This is what the crowds have come to see. Matt Barnes bowling from the net end.
Let's see whether we can.
Here we go.
6 first ball.
That's a beautiful delivery to start with. Smashed it straight to Freddie Smith on the bounce. Don't worry, it wasn't a drop catch. Well done, Goose. That's two fairly slow long hops to start with from Barnes. The batsman has absolutely tried to muller it and has not managed to. That's a much better ball. Yes, that's much better. Had him in all sorts of trouble there. Yeah, we'll interview you online, Bully.
Yeah, there you go. Is this where is it?
Yeah.
You don't need to actually put one in your ears,
Just put it like I've got mine. So we've got Hector Chambers out to bat, who's one of Freddie's old schoolmates, and I'm delighted to say I'm joined in the common box by the son of my old mucker, Charles Rex Bull, Will Bull. Disappointed not to score some runs here?
Yeah, mate, it's an absolute road.
I thought you look well. You say that, but the pace bowlers to start with, when they bowled it just short of length, were getting a little bit of.
Yeah, I mean they were moving
lift.
it around. There's a bit of swing, especially from this end.
Yeah.
Matt Warner was bowling a nice length, so it was difficult to get away.
Yeah.
But when you bowl it not on a length and sort of in the slot, then it does race away on this outfield. But I mean, to be fair to them, bowled very well. Found it a bit tricky to get them away.
Because I don't know if you're aware of this stat. We've been looking at because we have Stato in here with us. It says you've scored 18% of Cumnor's runs this season.
Does it?
Are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that.
Which is a pretty good. 18% of any side's runs when you get to this stage of the season is a pretty good effort.
Yeah.
So this is their opportunity to step up and
That'd be nice,
and score
wouldn't
some
it?
runs.
But, we'd like to say that today we bat deep and 108 for 6.
Well, Hector, pretty sure Hector batted 4 or 5 for Abingdon first 11.
Yeah,
so
he
had
a good knock last week.
He's a pretty good all-round cricketer. Yeah.
He's a good player. Cookie's used to play first class, so
Linford Brace can hit a few, can't he?
yeah, he can hit a few bombs. He'll be coming in. After, and we've got Julesy Laird, our young gun.
Yes, no. Well, I saw Lairdy Senior, who's another old mate of mine, when he dropped him off, saying that he's excited. This is one of his first. How many league games has he played?
This will be his 6th for the ones.
Is it? That's done well.
Yeah, and he is an unbelievably good left arm spinner. So
yeah, good.
He really has dug us out of a few situations over the last few games.
They're all talented sportsmen, all the Laird family.
Yeah, and he's very good. He's actually playing as a batsman at Sussex. We play him more as a bowler, but
yes.
I'm sure, given the situation, that we'll be able to see him.
Sussex like you to have lots of different strings to your bow, don't they? So tell us, you're off to Australia, and when are you actually going?
Yes, mate. December. I'm off. Not really to play cricket. I tend to get a bit sick of it after seasons here. So,
Yeah.
This, you know.
So you're going just to discover Australia?
Yeah,
Have you got a job lined up?
Almost. I've almost got one.
So
so
wide ball
I'm going
there?
to do a 6-month contract out there, and then.
Are you going with your? Is this your young lady here?
Yeah.
Is it? Do you want to come over?
As well.
Come over and say hello. So, and have a sit down. You can just sneak yourself onto camera there. You should be coming to that chair just now. There you are. And what's your name? Sorry. Mackenzie, hi. So obviously, I understand that that blokes always go for women that look a little bit like their mum, and you look remarkably physically like your mum. Are you aware of that? Presumably you are.
But I've come on live stream, not coming here to get rinsed, mate.
No, I think it's great. Well, can I always say I've always been in love with your mother, with Bully's mother. So, but she doesn't know that. It's just secret. I'm just too
she's
big
popping
for her.
down in a bit, mate. You can get her on comms if you want. Yeah.
So you're looking forward to going to Australia? You won't be able to. You need to point that in that sort of direction.
Yeah, should be really fun. My friends are out there already, so.
Okay, cool. And of course, George Sambach is very famously going out with an Australian girl at the moment. He brought her to Cumnor, didn't he? That game at Cumnor when he didn't bat, and so she came all the way from Australia to watch him bat, and he batted 6 and wasn't required. If you remember, which he thought was quite amusing.
I think he's doing quite well for himself, and he can't quite believe his luck. So good on him.
So you
giving up cricket for her.
So whereabouts in Australia are you guys going?
Sydney. That's the plan. Yeah.
So in time for the start of the cricket season? What time?
I'm going in December, so towards the second half. Really,
okay, cool.
Not really with.
And what are the chances that you'll love it there so much you're never coming back?
I don't know, mate. I think it depends on the visa, to be honest.
Yeah.
You can only go for a year, so.
Watch out for the ozone layer. You haven't got an ozone layer, you know that, so you get badly sunburnt out there. Well, fantastic. It'd be a real culture shock. And is it? You've all handed your notices and everything of all your jobs and everything?
Yeah, I know. Sort of a 6-month contract we've both got now until December.
Fantastic.
So all good.
Exciting times.
Yeah.
Your mum's going to cry, you know that, don't you?
Nah, she'll be fine. I've done it before.
She's going to blub like
been
hell.
away for a year before, so she'll be all right. She probably can't wait.
And who's? We have very glamorous scoreboards, yes. And do we know who's taking over captain next year?
Yeah, we do actually. It's our man Tom Powell here. He'll be vice captain this year and captain.
Fantastic. So
it'll be a democratic vote next year, but I'm sure that
it's a penalty kick basically. It's a done deal. Yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
So I was interested in the way your opening batsman batted. It was a shot of ball, exciting stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Sully plays one way and it's attacking. And you can't really talk to him about trying to calm him down. But he has got a lot better throughout the season.
I thought at one stage he was one of these guys. We had a guy you won't remember him called John Hartley. Who used to play very high level cricket. He used to play for Shipton in the days when Shipton were a good side, and he was very nervous in the tens. So he used to go out and slog himself into double figures, and once he was in double figures, then he batted properly. And I just wondered whether that's what he was going to do, but then he didn't.
No. Yeah, I mean he's been in the 50 over stuff. He opens for us, and then in the white ball stuff, he's batted in the middle. Just because I think you need a bit more of a platform sometimes.
An interesting shot from Mr. Price. I expect he'll be going back to see Alan Duncan and explaining that one when Alan Duncan plays that back to him on the YouTube.
Yeah. Interesting to see Barnsley giving the ball there. That is
I know that is.
That hurts.
You're seeing all these runs that you could be smashing everywhere.
Sitting at 9th in the league,
and Hector's out there feasting on it.
Well, no, he's not got him away yet.
No.
But no, it's great to see him and Will Watts again in the team. It's good fun. Got some fond memories of playing with those two, so it's nice to come back here.
Yeah,
this is Sandy's last game for the Downs, I think, isn't it?
Is he not playing next week? I don't know.
This is his last game.
Yes, there's I think like a lot of us. I mean, you play league cricket at a certain level of time, and when you're like George, it's a bit like I used to play a lot of jazz hat cricket, and sometimes that sort of your working life. He's very busy. He's a client of ours, and he's got a lot going on at the moment business-wise. And I think it's a shame though, because he's a very, very good player.
Yeah.
And he's he adds so much to the team. But I wouldn't be knowing George. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he in a couple of years' time he changes his mind.
Yeah,
and comes back.
He'll still play a few, won't he? So.
Barnes virtually unplayable. Virtually unplayable.
Tell you what,
he's so slow.
I think I'd rather face anyone else on the team.
They're choosing 4 different shots to each ball, and they can't work out which one to play. Oh, fielded. So, what sort of target are you now looking at with your knowledge of what's still to come?
10 minutes ago, we were looking at about.
I said 250 plus.
250 plus, and the rest. I mean, I think if you bat 50 overs here at, when the pitch is like this and the outfield's like this, you should be looking at about 250, 300.
Yeah.
And even that might not even be enough given the state, how easy it is to hit runs later on in the innings. But no, I think now 110 for 6. I'd like to think that we could. I mean, obviously the aim is just to bat 50 overs and see where we.
Yeah, you've got to bat your overs.
But still, I think if we bat those, still another 25.
I mean, it has taken.
Yeah, 250. I think
it's taken a phenomenally long time.
I don't
for
really
us
know why that's.
I'm trying to work. I mean, it just feels like the whole game has been happening in slow motion. There's this sort of an element of end of season because I don't think you guys can go down because all the top sides in the Charwell League are second team, so they can't go up. We can't go anywhere other than mid-table security. So there is an element of end of school term about this.
Definitely at the warm up and the toss, there was particularly between me and Costa.
Yeah, and you can see, and
there was an element of just wanting to get the last 2 weeks over and done with, really. But I mean, obviously we're enjoying playing it, and it's a good bunch of lads who we know quite well.
Geographically, this must be the closest derby that we play in this league, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's close.
We're the only Charwell League teams, pretty much. Is Horsepath, Downs, and and ourselves. Well, technically, Brickhill are, but I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I suppose technically, yeah. Let's pick that up nicely. That's going to. Barnes is after it. That's going to bounce away. Save your legs, Barnesy. That's what he'd be saying if he was in the comms box, because he's normally in the comms box with us. Yeah, he's my.
Well, he's played a few games for you, hasn't he?
He's played a few times when it gets to a ridiculous stage in the season where you can't. We've had it before a few times. We had it with Eric a few seasons ago where if they're in and out of the first team, when it gets to this stage of the season when you need people to go down to the seconds, they're not allowed to because they played too many games for the first team. So Barnes is still quite capable of doing a job, rather than bringing up more people from the second team who then can't play for the seconds today, for instance, where the seconds need to win. It's just one of those silly rules that leagues make you do things like this.
Yeah.
But we've got some. I mean, young Henry Welsh and other young people would, under normal circumstances, be playing up today. But the seconds, as you can see, they're we lost a wicket in the seconds. We need to win last 2 games in the seconds to get promoted, and it's quite important that we have a second team that's playing Div 1 at least in Charwell League. Otherwise, the gap, especially if we were to get promoted, the gap is too big between the two sides, and it's not realistic to expect people to drop from the seconds to the ones when they're playing Division 1 home counties from Division 2 Charwell League. It's a big jump.
So who are regular listeners, Bear? Who have we got on there?
Does anyone?
We've
got 20. I think we've got 28 people online at the moment.
28. Okay.
It's a bit like Adele, but not quite as many. So it's we get people flitting back and forth. There is a chat line, but I can't work out how to get to it now.
A live chat.
Yeah, there's a live chat. If I do that?
All listeners nice to get a university radio show.
Where were you at university?
Oxford Brooks.
Where are you? Oxford Poly, I think you'll find it will always be Oxford Poly for us of a certain age. I did a year's accountancy there hundreds of years ago, way back in the day. But it'll always be Oxford Poly. But yes, no, Oxford Brooks, good fun. My wife, current Mrs. Bear, I should say, plays hockey at Oxford, and there's a lot of interaction between the hockey teams in Oxford Brooks and Oxford.
She popping down later?
No, I'm going to go back. We're off to the Emirates, so I've got this on because we're going to watch Arsenal. They're playing at 5:30 against Fulham on our march to the Premier League title this year. So I'm only here till about 2 o'clock. About 2 o'clock. No, we're good. We'll probably have another invincible season. That's the plan.
Probably. Yeah.
But no, she won't be. She'll be getting ready and getting psyched up for her chanting all the songs that Arsenal chant these days.
Right. I didn't have her down as a big Arsenal fan.
She's had not a lot of choice. Freddie and I have made her be an Arsenal fan, and obviously Freddie's missing out today because he's playing. So she's coming. Hopefully she'll enjoy it. Hopefully we'll enjoy it. I think 4-0 to the Arsenal. That's my prediction.
Right. Can we plug Bearfest?
What?
I'm going to plug Bearfest.
Yes, go on then. So there's, you've got be careful there because don't forget Oxford Downs have got their 6-a-side tournament tomorrow.
Do they?
Yes.
But
I mean, yes. So what's happening at Cumnor Cricket Club tomorrow? Just give us a quick chat.
So all day from about 10 onwards, we've got a junior cricket match in the morning. Lots of food, barbecues, cocktail stands, that sort of thing.
Fantastic.
Then we've got a senior T20 game. A couple of these boys are playing actually. The Downs lads are in the invitational side.
Okay, good. And that's just one T20 game, or is it lots of T20
so there's
games?
one senior T20 and then a junior game and awards in the morning.
Okay, cool.
T20 game kicks off around 2:30.
Yeah.
So it's an Oxfordshire invitational. So a lot of boys played home counties.
Bit like a sort of President's game.
Your
sort of thing.
Your son is playing.
Yeah.
So if you're free tomorrow, listeners, come on down for some beers. and a bit of cricket.
And are there any particular beers? Is it like we have a beer festival here where, my firm sponsored a beer and lots of other firms, so we have loads and loads of beers. And I think that's in November. So are there some casks around, or is it just the normal bar?
I believe so. Yeah, there are some stands. I don't know exactly the ins and outs, but obviously we've got a normal bar running as well, Hofmeister. So
yes,
club
so we can follow the bear, obviously.
Yeah, indeed.
Very important.
And then there'll be live music on later in the evening.
Okay,
DJ, fireworks. We've got.
Sounds good.
So after your six-a-side tournament here, if you still fancy a bit of cricket, a bit of music, then and some beers, pop on down.
Normally none of them can stand after the six-a-side tournament here, but I suppose that's our LBW, surely. Yes, and Barnes has got a wicket. We are never going to hear the end of that in the comms box. Yes, Barnes. I think that looked like. I mean, I must do give that on the shot a lot, but it certainly wasn't going over. That's for certain.
Yeah, this is not looking too promising here on this wicket as well. Against the batting side that Downs have got, we're probably needing 250 at least.
So who have we got coming in?
We've got young Julian Laird.
So he's a good batsman.
This kid is class. I haven't told him to his face yet, but he is the best 15-year-old player I've ever seen.
Even though he went to Magdalen, you're still going to even though he went to Magdalen, you're still going to say he's class.
It's a bit of a factory there now in Magdalen.
Well,
not just an exam factory, but the cricket is pretty good there. But no, he's an extremely good left-arm off-spinner.
Yeah.
He's only 15, but he's got a very good head on him, and
is Will not playing at all for you?
Will has been available for about 1 or 2 games. So
what's he doing the rest of the time?
He has been revising. He's
working too hard. Will Laird?
He's going to be a doctor.
Laird is. If you're listening, and I told Adam to tune in if he wasn't here. I said, Adam, if you're listening, you're making your children work too hard. Let them play more sport.
Yeah, he's been revising, and when they're not revising, they're on holiday, the lads. So we've had Jules for not as many games as we would have liked. But, no, I'm sure we'll see him.
And there's another one, isn't there?
There are 3. There's a middle one. Alex Laird is also a very good player.
Yeah, good.
But no, a very, very exciting young prospect, and hopefully we can hang on to him.
Good. Well, he's got an opportunity to bat for 22 overs here.
Yeah,
Matt,
very nice.
Oh, so how do I get my chat line down here? Sorry.
Do you get questions coming from the listeners?
Or do people take the piss? No one's mentioned my Arsenal shirt yet, which is extraordinary. Has he hidden it from us? So chat line. That's my mother. My mother is saying hello. She remembers Charles Rex very well. Right. So my mother has said, "Hi, young bull." His name's Will, actually. Mother.
Hello, Cindy.
She does like to listen to her son in action.
Shall I come watch?
That's a good shot.
Oh no.
Oh my word. That is one of the most extraordinary things. You will never see a better catch than that. That was Matt Watts has just come in and he misjudged it and it was going over his head and he jumped up and he caught a brilliant catch. That goes in the class of worldie. Was that Hector?
That's Hector Chambers.
I don't think Hector can quite believe that.
No.
He's absolutely nailed that. It was going probably for a low 6. And it's a brilliant catch. And Will is sitting here in disbelief next to me going, what is going on?
Yeah, that hurts. He's just misjudged it a little bit.
What a catch.
Running from deep backward square and plucked it out.
Sorry? I don't think you can.
I don't think it'll be ready. You might just have to get out there.
So we have the giant Tom Linford brace, who seems to grow a couple of inches every time I see him. Is coming out to bat.
Yeah, the two
Not one of Freddie's mates. That's the long and the short of it, as they say.
The 2 quietest members of the Cumnor side here. Yeah, little and large. 2 very good bowlers. I'm sure we'll see them bowling in tandem later on if we can scrape a few more.
Yeah, Tom improved. Freddie played age group with Tom all the way through, and he suddenly, as he got his physique changed as a player a lot, became sort of, much more confident generally. He's a very tall guy.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, I have to say that was quite an extraordinary shot. Extraordinary catch.
I thought that was 4 or 6 every week there. Yeah, we're in a bit of trouble here. 118 for 8 with 22 overs to go. I thought,
and it's happened very quickly. You were
because you'd got yourself
to a situation where somehow, and I said it in the comments, I said, I don't know how they've done this, but they're scoring at 5 and over, and they've only lost 3 wickets, because it felt like you'd lost loads of wickets, but actually you hadn't. And then you lost those 3 quick wickets in short space of time, and that changed things. But Tom is a very good batsman. You've just got to bat 22 overs and try and get the score to 200.
Yeah, that's been the frustrating thing, I think, throughout the season, is we've had good batsmen getting in and then getting out very quickly without, leaving it to other people.
It's a level that shouldn't be underestimated. That you're going to have bowlers that are going to be at you all the time, and you have to concentrate all the way through.
Right, I'm going
you better go back to the changing. Well, lovely to meet you, and I hope you have a fantastic. Well, I'll probably see you tomorrow. Actually, the temptation to come up and have a couple of beers is going to be far too great. Is your dad going to be there for a couple of beers?
What, later on or tomorrow?
No, tomorrow.
Don't know.
No, okay.
He'll be up north.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
No, pleasure to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you. Welcome. Lovely to meet you. Look after him for 2 years, won't you? You might come back married.
Bloody hell, it's better for that.
Romantic way of going. 2 years away, romantic Australia on the Gold Coast. Look at all this sort of stuff.
It's been great fun, Ben. Thanks very much.
I'll expect an invitation.
Well done, Bear. Well, I go away to help unload shopping and stuff like that for tomorrow, and then
how do I get the score on that?
I'll help you with that, dear Bear.
They are good. So, Tom Costley, Captain Courageous.
5 for 19.
5 for, that's extraordinary
5
bowling
for
performance.
1 more to be on the board. You need 6 these days to be on the board.
He'll want that.
He will.
He will want that.
For just 19. I did see Mr. Watts Barnes get a wicket and
What
take a catch.
And what a brilliant catch it was as well.
So, 118 for 9. Let's hope they take a long time over lunch.
Well, I'm not sure they'll have lunch. We don't think lunch will be ready. I think they'll go out and back. Do you know what's happening? Will they go out and will you have lunch in between still?
He hopes so. Wharton's hopes so. He's like, yes, thank you. I want to sit down for a long time.
Yeah. No.
How long does it take to cook some rice, for God's sake?
He's 50. He's at Magdalen. It's Will Laird's younger brother. He's a very good bowler apparently.
Julian Laird.
So last batsman is called Beer, which is very appropriate since there's a beer fest coming up at Cumnor tomorrow.
Beer and Bear Fest.
Yeah, beer and bear fest. Beer.
There's a beer fest here as well.
Yes.
Six-a-side, the annual six-a-side. Bars open from I think about.
I've noticed that our beer festival is in November. Is that right?
October, off the top of my head.
Is it October?
Maybe late September. There is a sign up outside that I walk past every day, but I've obviously forgotten.
Those are the signs that we're all going to have out in our houses. Those ones.
Yes. Kindly sponsored by Pheasant Retreats.
Yep.
Letting agent and
I know a tongue twister about pheasants.
Yeah.
Pheasant plucker's son, that one.
Oh God, yeah, you're. How was your cup of tea?
It was a lovely cup of tea. I'm still just having the last. I'm
told that I make a good cup of tea, even though I don't drink it myself.
That's very nice, thank you.
Probably well trained by my parents.
So Barnes, not unsurprisingly, is looking to wrap up the tail here.
Sure, Costley will say just do some dots so I can get the last wicket. Costley I can see bowling through. And probably won't require Gus or Prav to come back on, but you never know. Nicely played.
Yeah, well, this guy's a decent piece of proper player, so he's not going to. If he's just been told to bat for the next 21 overs, then he will.
He's taken that down.
And he's swept that very nicely back on the square for 4.
Gets him off the mark.
Barnes not happy about that.
No.
To be fair, though, he got what it deserved.
It did a bit. Short leg side.
It's scored 122 for 9, and this is the 30th over. It's been a quite extraordinary 2 hours worth of cricket.
It has. It's fluctuated. Certainly has. Shame to see Hussein not get his 50 actually, because he was a very entertaining bat to watch.
I have to say, Love Barnsley though, as I do. I think we need to get Matt Warner back on this end, because this young chap will be thinking, happy days, I'm just going to play this like I'm having a net.
You are unkind.
Tempting. So, Rivet's
comment.
Yo Sushi.
Good to see the return of Yo Sushi. What does that
I think
relate
that's
to?
Will Ball.
Sorry, Will, that goes back a long way.
Yo Sushi. And wasn't very happy that I was matchmaking him to come back married from his 2-year, and that his girlfriend is exactly like his mother.
Really?
Vertically very, very, very short.
Very.
Yes.
That's Freud said something about that, didn't he?
What? Short
Well,
people. Right. So here we go. This is
looking for his
chance to get on the
six.
honours board. This is what he wants. He wants the honours board, and he's been hit.
Single.
Risky.
Shy the stumps.
Ooh. Would have been out. Would have been out. Great piece of fielding from Maggot.
Costly corner are on the source.
Yes, I saw that.
Yes. Copperberg's going. The bar is open.
I saw that Lucy is curing her COVID issues by drinking fruit flavoured cider in large quantities.
That helps. Must be on prescription.
So, still looking for the honours board. Yeah, that's just a bit too quick for him. I think I might have another slip in, Ted. Why would you not have another slip in? I mean, they're 9 wickets down. We want to just bowl them out and get on with it, don't we? Is he going to muller it straight over the covers for 6?
That's it. That's his 6.
And it's on the honours board. A faint tickle. Frankie doesn't drop those.
Nope, safely pouched.
And that is the most extraordinary 2 1/4 hours cricket I've seen for a very, very long time.
Yes, quite. So Costly ends up with figures for 6 for 20.
So Cumnor are bowled out for 123 in the 31st over. And we don't know whether there will be a luncheon interval now or not.
Yeah, we're not sure if that rice is ready.
I'm guessing that on the basis that we are effectively 20 overs away from when they were expecting to do lunch, I very much doubt whether lunch is ready. Can we get, when Barnes goes across the middle of the wicket on the screen, we move that. Let's give him a round of applause for the fantastic catch the man. Any second now, you can see. Ready? Yes, well done, Barnes. You're on camera now. You're on camera. Brilliant performance. Brilliant performance.
So if that clapping was a bit loud in your ears.
Yeah, sorry about that. But we get very excited about a member of our comms team.
We do.
Participate, and Captain Craig just being cheered off the pitch for a superb 6 for Costly Corner are elated. Cosford Corner, which is part of Costly Corner, is also elated.
Sporting of the Cumnor players to be clapping as well.
Yep.
Always good to see.
He's on the board. He's on the board.
He's on the board. He is.
Right, so we could have a 10-minute break or we could have a 40-minute break. We don't know.
Shall I go and see whether I'll find out?
Yep.
So
the good news is that Gary Brock is coming out with his wheelbarrow.
He is. I'll remove the scorecard so that you can see Gary sweeping in all his might with his rusty wheelbarrow. That's not a euphemism.
It doesn't look very rusty at all. It looks as though he's just.
Holes in the bottom of it.
It looks like he's just gone to home base and got that today.
It's knackered.
Oh, is it?
It is. So what's the feeling, Tom? Can't see anyone.
Tom is finding out what we're doing.
There's a conversation off camera, viewers,
with one of the umpires and Captain Courageous. With the other captain, they're deciding what's going to happen. And Matt, our roaming Stato, is loitering doing a double teapot to find out the information for us, so we can bring it straight back to you, listeners, to tell you exactly what's happening. So whether you have a snack lunch or a full 3-courser.
There you go. Now this is how you sweep off the
now
ends.
This is a professional at work, and this is Gary Brock.
This will
with his broom.
This will please Paddy immensely. Yeah. He's always concerned that the ends aren't swept between innings.
Yeah.
But that is a fine sweep.
Gary Brock is always willing to take his broom wherever and sweep whatever pitch he's looking at. If he was at Lord's on a day out, if they wanted him to, he'd go and sweep the ends at Lord's.
He would.
He loves a good sweep.
More give than Ox fan, that lad.
Yeah. So
The
Matt's
debate carries on.
Matt's still getting Matt seems to be loitering closer than he was before. What they're saying is that Mr. and Mrs. Dunk are still looking at the instructions on how to make the rice, and it's not ready. So decision's been made. Matt's going to be returning to the comms box any minute with the news that we need to have.
The other games are carrying on. Very different in Division 2 around the grounds. Chesham are 162.
Ooh, someone must be scoring some runs there.
39 against Great Brick Hill. Harefield are 129 for 5 from 37 against Horspath. Cumnor current score we know. Tame are 144 for 4 of 34 against Tring. And then Wargrave 204 for 2.
Someone scoring some serious runs.
And in Division 1, Slough struggling a little bit, 118 for 9 from 35 at Banbury. Buckingham, 129 for 7 from 34 against Datchet. And we have some news, breaking news. Matt is coming over. Matt, what is happening?
Well, there was a lot of discussion whether they're going to go back out or not, but it was decided that they're going to take lunch stroke innings turnover now to be back out at 2, so 45 minutes, because lunch isn't quite ready, so they're allowing an innings turnaround of 10 minutes for that, and that's how they got to the start time of 2 o'clock, so 45 minutes.
In which case, gentlemen,
Yes,
I will take this opportunity to take my leave of you, which is a bit sad. I'd like 5:30. I would like to have watched the first 45 minutes of Freddie Bear smashing the ball around the park, but clearly I'm not going to be able to do that.
Well, before you go, do you want to have a quick chat with
yeah,
Tom
let's do an interview with
Costley is coming over. I'll beckon him. He's on the board. Exclusive interview with Tom, Captain Courageous.
Come and do an interview.
Come on, Tom. Come on.
Or you come and sit down there.
Come and sit down. Take the way out.
You can have a rocky road as well. So, delighted that we've been joined in the comms box by Captain Courageous, who has just bowled 8.3 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 20, and is on the board well, he's not on it, but he will be very shortly on the board in the clubhouse. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels good, considering that, half the season I was out with my side.
Yeah, I thought it looked like that's as quick as I've seen you bowl for quite a long time.
Yeah,
actually.
it did. It felt good, actually, and especially, when you see if a couple sort of zip through, you sort of get your back up and then you pick up a wicket or so, and you start to the legs start pumping a bit quicker.
I mean, it was an extraordinary 2 hours worth of cricket. I mean, their opener was playing a shotter ball. I mean, first and foremost, let's go back to the way their other opener was out. It was a ridiculous shot, wasn't it? Second ball.
Second ball, it was interesting. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what was going on there, but.
And then the other opener was a shotter ball and could have been out several times, but wasn't, and then looked as though he was going to get lots of runs. And then the last 7 wickets fell
very quickly, didn't they?
Yeah, but you felt that that was just as much as you bowling well as them playing irresponsible.
Yeah,
shot.
we did bowl well. We once we stopped bowling that 4 ball and over and sort of gave it a bit of protection and used the pitch instead of trying to bowl that wonder ball, it was much easier. Let the pitch do the work and just put the ball in the right areas.
And we got to have a little bit of a chat about Barnes's catch on the boundary.
almost
completely ran underneath it, and then just stuck his hands up and into the bucket.
Yeah.
So extraordinary. I mean, he did a good job, didn't he?
Yeah, no, it was good to get them. What were they, 90 odd for 2 or 90 for 3?
Yeah.
To then have them 100.
Well, this
all out.
I noticed because I looked at the scoreboard after 15 overs, and they were on 75. So they were scoring at 5 and over, and it only lost 3 wickets. And I thought at that stage they might have been looking at something north of 250 at one stage.
No, we did well to bring it back, and it was nice to get on the ball.
Good to see Costley Corner back in full strength. Lucy's decided that the best medicine is fruit flavoured cider. Obviously,
she's taking too many notes from your son. That's a problem. Cheers,
well done. Cheers. Right, we better sign off then. So thank you, Tom, for joining us before he goes off to have his lunch. I'm going to be sadly leaving my comms team to cover me. We will be listening in the car all the way there. Mrs. Bear will have her computer on. So we'll be looking forward to watching, hopefully, Freddie Bear smashing the ball all over the place. And we'll watch that all the way up in the car, and hopefully a march to victory. We just need to put the game to bed nice and early, I suspect, is the way forward.
Most definitely. Thank you very much, Bear.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Listeners.
Go well,
I'll
Arsenal
try
this
I'm
afternoon.
going to pop to the clubhouse, just to pop to the loo and say hello to a couple of people, and then I shall mosey on off in 20 minutes or so.
Marvellous.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Cheers.
Thank you, Bear. As Bear said, we will be returning at approximately 2 o'clock for Downs' reply to Cumnor's 1, 2, 3 all out. So I will go and get some lunch myself as well, and hopefully see you back shortly. Cheers. Afternoon, Bear fans and followers of Oxford Downs. Bear's gone, but I'm delighted to be joined by the illustrious Luke List.
Bear has gone to watch the football.
He has.
He's gone to the Emirates.
So, let's see if we can get...
Used to this, can't see.
Hurt yourself up.
Yeah.
I'm about to be joined by another esteemed.
Yeah.
No,
you
Ted.
can
I will give way to Ted. No, Ted, please.
What, you said come over and do something?
Come on and do something.
They're gone.
No. I'm fine. I've been doing lots today. So you go.
Have you?
Wow.
Is it straight on, is it?
It is. New addition to the score, the commentary box. The illustrious Ted Sambach. Good afternoon, Ted.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, apparently if you have these... Get feedback apparently, so you just have to use the mic.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, hello, Luke. Nice to see you. I've been following it this morning. You been here from the start?
I've seen most of it, yeah. I've had to pop off every now and again.
Looked like a good birding performance. Very green-looking wicket from here.
Well, this has been the subject of much much talk in the commentary box as the season's gone on, how in the driest summer since the beginning of history we've managed to produce green wickets every Saturday. Theory being to allow a bit more pace and carry, I think, and longevity, given the dry conditions. But who have we got here? Is that Luke, Masler and Freddie?
Freddie is this end.
Yeah. Oh, that's Will, isn't it? Of course. Sorry, Will. That's Will Watts. Face up the first ball, the Oxford Downs innings.
Standard opening pairing, I think.
Yep. Cumnor openers hit his area straight away there.
Bob online.
Bob?
Bob Belcher.
Bob Belcher. Hello, Bob.
Evening all.
Evening in Australia, Bob. You have a cold one in hand? Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Cracking off drive, second ball.
Interestingly, the score hasn't... Yeah, the score, this should be the Oxford Downs score now. I'll just go and check the score as a... Click the button.
I'm right in saying, Luke, I think that Cumnor have to win this game.
I think they're already down. I think. That was what I was told earlier on.
Well, I think mathematically they're not, but in effect they are. I think.
Will's tempted to play the same shot.
And I think
the next ball, but just off the outside half of the bat, squirted through the gully for 4 there.
The top of the league, I think the two sides that are looking to go up are both in strongish positions today. So is it Harefield and
Wargrave?
Yeah.
So Downs set off in pursuit of 1, 2, 3 in fine style.
Will Watts pulls away, not quite settled.
I'm sure someone said to me earlier that Cumnor can't go down because the two people at the top of Division 1 are second teams.
Banbury,
and Oxford.
Someone else, yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Right?
That's interesting.
So it's going to be interesting to see the permutations of who can actually go up and who can go down.
I've watched a lot of first team play over the course of this season, and you talk of promotion and relegation, and every time I watch a match, it doesn't seem to be a huge amount between the two sides. So you're bringing back memories of my recent holiday. The last time I tuned into the commentary was from a beach in Fréjus. Shot.
That's another lovely cut shot, back foot. but straight to cover point, unfortunately.
Actually, to be more precise, Saint Maxime it was. A little place called Saint Maxime. Jan Dunk said you must go to the beach in Saint Maxime. It's absolutely gorgeous. So the beach in Saint Maxime was absolutely gorgeous. But only the bits where the private bars that Jan and her sister Anne would frequent it cost €150 an hour to hire a lounger. One of them had a tank the size of a family car in it, full of lobsters. Absolutely enormous. Right, keeper stood up. This is the young under 15 player from Magdalen School. Ball's left arm spin. They're going with spin up front.
Is that right? He
Yeah.
looks young from here. He looks quite small.
Bear was describing him earlier, wasn't he? He said he went to Magdalen. Contemporary of our own
Well, I think with
star spinner Henry Welsh.
with such a small total to defend, it's probably a wise move.
Get him in while there's
if
some
he's
runs.
going to be effective. So he's putting left arm over. Oh, that looks good. Tuck round for single.
9 for 1.
And there's an opening. There's an opening batsman in a previous life. I didn't like it at all
No.
when you scratched out your mark and looked round to see the keeper stood up and the spinner at the other end.
Over the years, spinners in cricket have always been bowled too late. And I'm going back, turning the years back now, before sort of league cricket and limited over cricket. But you know, you'd wait till the score was 170 for 2, and then think, what else can I do? You all bring on a spinner. By which time they're seeing it like a football and reaching their hundreds, which is not great. And that's why so many leg spinners have never developed, in my view. Captains have never had the courage to play them, to bowl them.
Was there a little snick on that? Cumnor players seem to think that there was. Didn't hear anything from here.
You have to manually do the score at the moment. The server that was youngster bowling.
Yeah. Oh, and we're playing a miss at one. He needs to keep his weight into his cut
Despite
shots.
the
He's
fact
always been the
he's
same.
fairly small, this bowler. He can't be much more than about 5'7". He got a little bit of bounce from that. That nice flight.
So,
How do you do the score, Matt?
The central server, which does the scores, called Play Cricket, is down.
Right.
You have to read them out from the main scoreboard.
So yeah, just read it out from the main scoreboard, just at the end of each over, mate. And then as soon as it comes back up, I'll pop it back up on the bottom.
well. That's a lovely shot. Waited for it, played it under his nose. And a misfield and a 4.
Misfielded 4. Yes, that was a very classy shot. He was very patient, just waited, let it come onto him. Hit it just behind square.
Oh, here comes Matt's daily Amazon van. Drives from their central place in Milton Keynes directly to Matt's house every day.
Well, Will
So,
Watts isn't
scores
mucking
13
around,
off
is he?
2.
13 off 2. Will Watts has hit 3 very impressive 4s and looks like he wants to get on with it. Positive approach.
'Tis the way of things, Ted, these days.
Well, it is the way of things.
Although, not talking about the match we're watching here, but watching England play yesterday, you saw Stokes and Folkes plying themselves
Well, I think it's
in a very un-Bazball type fashion,
it's
which
the-
was required on the
It's the
day.
ability to adapt, isn't it? That's a glorious shot from Freddie, I think. Oh no, he didn't go as far as I thought, but he's got 2 through the covers.
It's brilliant innings by Wokes under pressure. Folkes,
Folkes.
Wokes, Stokes.
Stokes.
It's all too much.
You say tomato.
Oh, a couple of steps down the wicket from Freddie there.
In a rush.
Offered up a bit of width,
Got a hot
left
take
it
there,
alone.
hasn't
So Luke, talking of Test cricket, what would you do about the openers?
Well, I think Crawley's bought himself another Test match on the back of his staunch defence on the end of the first day, but there's not exactly an embarrassment of riches of people lining up to take those spots.
But it does make you wonder. I was talking in the pub last night to a fellow cricketer. I wonder whether someone like, Butler should be brought back into the fold. Whether to open or not, I don't know. Perhaps, opening is probably not his...
Well, literally as a pinch hitter.
Well, he does as a... Yes, he does in that sense. He opens obviously in one-day cricket, but he's almost too good a cricketer to leave out, and you wonder whether Lees and Crawley are quite there. Crawley shows signs of it.
But he's out in exactly the same way. If you put together his last 10 dismissals and overlaid them...
But the only gaps in the team are really at 1 and 2. 3 to 7 is now pretty solid, isn't it? And you've got other players like Compton, who scored a lot of runs early season. You've got that other guy, what's his name, who's also scored a hatful of runs. He's in the squad. Name escapes me for a minute. Played a couple of one-days.
I just think, generally speaking, that's a lovely clipped off his legs for 4 by Freddie there, behind square on the leg side. Takes the score on to 19. There's a lack of acceptance of some of the basics of opening the innings in terms of leaving the ball alone outside the off stump and encouraging the bowler to bowl at you before you then play your shots. It's all very well being positive and playing at those wide balls outside the off stump early on. But Crawley had an innings against India where he scored 70 odd, where he literally left the ball alone for 4 or 5 overs until someone bowled one at him on his legs and he clipped it away and he was off, he was running.
Yeah. But it's also about wearing down the bowlers, isn't it, really? It's about just not getting out. For me, I was an opener. I wasn't a fast scorer, but the principle I've always worked on was don't get out because the bad balls will come.
Yeah. Particularly over a 5-day Test match.
Well, particularly over a 5-day Test match, but even in a one-day game.
I was working yesterday. I had the opportunity to listen to the whole day's play on Test Match Special, which is enjoyable, actually.
Very enjoyable, especially listening to Vic Marks and Phil Tuffy.
Yeah, quite. You get to sort of paint your own pictures about what's going on, but the general gist of what they were saying, certainly in the first session, was to just be patient and wait for the second and third spells to come on, for the bowlers to bowl their second and third spells. And Rabada in his third spell was distinctly average yesterday because he's tired. And as you say, they've worn the bowlers down.
Exactly. And when the score is 60 for 5, the bowlers are not going to get tired psychologically.
No, the adrenaline's flowing, they're taking wickets.
But when the score's 120 for 1 and you're being brought on for your third spell, somehow there isn't the energy there.
No.
So I think that's all we're looking for is it's not going to happen all the time, but a boycott, an Atherton, someone who's prepared just to be 10 not out after the first hour. And
Still working on trying to get that software working for the schools.
Servers are still down, are they, Paul?
They are.
The servers are still down. For those of you not aware of the fact that the Play Cricket servers are currently down, so we won't be kept up to date visually with the score here, but it's 19 without loss off 2. 12 for Will Watts and 7 for Freddie Smith.
It's off 2 overs or 3? 4. Hang on a minute.
Must be 4 now.
I think it's 4 overs actually.
Maybe slightly distracted by...
Oh, the scorers are having a meltdown about not having a server. That's the thing these days. It's not about not having something to sharpen your pencil with. It's not having a server. Oh, well played by Freddie Smith there. He realised he wasn't quite in the right position. Softened his hands and ran it down.
Yeah.
I think a Freddie Smith from a couple of seasons ago would have just thrown his hands through that and hoped for the best.
I watched a lot of Freddie last year, particularly. He's a class player, but he was beginning to hit the ball in the air too much, and I haven't seen enough this season.
Very much a hands type player, if you know what I mean. He doesn't. When I used to play with you, Ted, and used to see you drive a ball, and there's a weight transfer where the head's over the ball, and you're hitting the ball at the apex of its bounce under your eyes. Freddie tends to lean back a little bit more in his drives and throw his hands at them, and rely on that pure timing.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's going to hit it so hard that if it does go in the air, chances are it's going to be dropped or go in a gap.
Well, that's a good
it's something that he's aware of, I think.
Of course, bats are very different these days as well. So
I think that comes.
Sorry,
Ted. I think that comes from. This sounds very old-fashioned indeed, but comes from the knowledge and the experience that we had playing on uncovered wickets. Where if it was wet, you couldn't drive balls like that. You just literally had to wait for the half volley to be under your nose, and then perhaps you could get away with putting your hands through it without the ball popping on a wet wicket and going in the air.
Well, we were far more cautious in those days. The scoring rates were never as fast as nowadays.
100 was a a good score in a T20.
Absolutely. 5 and over, and you felt you'd done enough.
Yes.
I mean, that's really is true. That.
Yeah. I mean, you're seeing scores in this new 100 competition that would have been considered a good score in a 50-over league match 15 years ago.
Yeah.
The 200 barrier has been punctured. It's 3 times now in the 100.
A 50-over game when I was a kid, if it went over 200, you were surprised.
Yeah.
And bats play a part in that. Shorter boundaries play a part in that. But the ability to improvise, which so many batsmen now do, has also played a part in that. I mean, they play
that's lovely.
Glorious shot.
Shot, Freddie.
Beautifully balanced, off his legs, wide of mid-on. What a
perfect example
shot.
Of hitting a ball really hard without actually hitting the ball really hard.
But
it's
it was
pure
timed.
timing.
It was pure timing. Yeah.
So it's 26 without loss now after 5 overs.
Looking very comfortable.
Both openers matching each other score-wise.
Kiss of death, of course.
Of course. Commentator's curse.
Now, I'm slightly concerned that someone's left.
Rocky Road Bites.
Are they Bears? Is he not here?
Yeah, they've kind of...
Where is Bear?
He's gone to Arsenal.
Oh, okay.
Where do they play? Where Arsenal play?
Watch a game of weak ball, does he?
It appears the Rocky Roads has kind of merged. Each individual bite is now
Well, I think I'm going to take
several
one
bites.
if they're his.
Oh, yeah.
Crikey, got rather a lot there.
Bear's bites.
Yeah. This is a bit like the chocolate cake at Lord's, isn't it?
So I should just look to my left at the proper commentary team. Are very patiently waiting for us amateurs to get off. Do you get given cakes?
I already had some Rocky Road.
No, I mean, but does anyone actually come over with a cake for you?
Well, like TMS?
Yeah.
They should. We should encourage that.
Yeah, we should encourage that. Yeah. Unfortunately, this is the last home game of the season.
But next week we are going to broadcast the twos.
Okay, but next week, the second team match, crunch game against Buckingham, it will be broadcast with commentary and a live feed. That's a nice shot.
There's another 4 runs from Freddie Smith. I think he didn't quite get hold of it, but over square leg. Rightly dispatched.
If anyone fancies bringing a cake, it will be greatly appreciated. Any preferences for cakes? Chocolate or Victoria sponge?
Victoria sponge, I'm partial.
Victoria sponge. With cream or without, though. This is the thing with the Victoria sponge. But then it's not a Victoria sponge, is it? You put cream in it.
It negates the potential for dryness.
That's true. That's very true.
Well, talk of Victoria sponges, I think I'd rather have the chocolate cake with chocolate buttons on top.
Chocolate buttons on
all
top.
Smarties. my favourite.
Now this is having grandchildren, isn't it?
This is also having grandchildren. Don't you just love Smarties though?
I do, yeah. Ooh. Right then, in the interest of making sure that my youngest son isn't either being incorrigible wanting an ice cream. I'm going to hold on, hand over to Mr. Fowler.
Go for it. Thank you. Check on red lift. Again, they're always breaking. That'll do.
Seventh over starting. Lovely straight drive from Matt Watts. Sorry, not Matt Watts, Will Watts.
The younger.
Matt Watts would never have hit it straight.
No, he wouldn't. So that brings it to 32 without loss from 6 point something overs.
As we believe the score's not showing yet on the
No.
screen.
Still not up to date yet, but we'll help you out.
And now a late cut. Ball came back into him a little bit. He made room.
He did.
Very elegant. We're seeing some good cricket here.
No, no rush.
We are.
The outfield is so fast.
You turned it off then, Paul. Just turn it off.
They've now dropped someone down to a very wide third man just for that shot. He's hit 1 or 2 down there. And
Thank you, Matthew.
And this time,
Thank you, Matt.
good cricket, a very quick single. Slightly upset the field.
So how is your Latin, Ted?
Non-existent.
You see, I was having a good chat last week with lurkers. We have the ability to, I didn't realise this, to amend some of the items. I'll wait for this ball. In our club shop. So we have pink sheep tops, etc. But we can actually have a black sheep top. Now, my idea was to have a Latin sort of motto for it. And I asked lurkers last week, and it's come up, and I can't read it out loud. But my idea was along the lines of can't bat, can't bowl, can drink. And what he has come up with, the Latin translates to, I cannot throw a ball, but I shall make an attempt, then I shall drain 100 cups dry. So, yes. Yes,
Right.
I'd love to try and actually read that out, but I don't think I'd get the pronunciation right.
For cups, read shots.
Yes, quite.
It's all about the interpretation. So my wife has arrived.
Oh, hello, that's big. That's in the clubhouse, is it? That's over the clubhouse.
A huge hit over extra cover on the long boundary, and that's impressive.
He's launched that. Absolutely launched it. I don't know if Mrs. Sandbach has gone off to try and help find the ball. No, don't worry, George has found it.
She's hurried across the sight screen. Being brought up in a pram on the cricket ground, she knows
where to walk and where not to walk. So 47 without loss.
Absolutely motoring.
Off 6, chasing 1, 2, 3.
I think that's just the 7th over, so yes, but it's rather irrelevant actually. They're looking to get on with it. The bar is going to be open at 3:30, I think.
The bar is already open.
Well, the bar is already open. It's okay. It's going to be populated at 3:30.
I think it will. I'll be very tempted to go down to St Hugh's to see the 3s if this game concludes.
Oh, is that where they're playing at St Hugh's?
Yes, we.
Have they been playing all this year down there?
No, we're at
Another
4. That's going to go again. Save your legs.
Another 4 from Will Watts. Full toss, put through mid-wicket.
Yeah, we usually the 3s and 4s rotate their home games at Cokethorpe, but then Cokethorpe mid of August like to convert it back to
they
rugby.
Want to get the grass grain.
They do.
It could be pretty difficult in conditions like this.
It certainly will. So, but we're very
right. So Hughes have agreed to that, have they?
Yes. Well, we're very lucky to have James Thompson, headmaster of St Hugh's, in our 3s.
Ex-headmaster.
Yes. Sorry, I should have. Yes. So so it's been quite handy having facilities there. the one.
Another single pushed by Will. I have to say there's a very positive approach to the cricket.
Very positive.
Today.
And I did wonder if, if are they taking the chances because your good son is due next in, and it would probably be his last.
Yes, I'm
game for a while.
Sad it's going to be his last game. I think from what I gather, he's decided to give up playing league cricket.
Well, he's a busy chap. He's got fingers in lots of pies.
Got a lot going on.
And he'll still be playing cricket, whether it be the old Cheltonians or the
exactly.
MCC.
I think he's trying to revive the old Cheltonian Cricket Club and get about 10 games a year, as well as playing some MCC and Free Forester cricket. But he said to me the other day, look, he's very happy to play for the Downs if, play for the 2s or 3s if he's not doing anything on a Saturday.
Well, that'd be wonderful.
But it is a shame. But I have no control over these things. And you're right, he's hopefully opening another bar. He's
exciting times.
Down in Whitney with luck. I've also given him a shareholding in the Oxford Wine Cafe, and we're also opening a new place as well.
Oh, are you? Where's that?
Well, in the High Street in Oxford, all being well.
Oh, good. We'll touch wood.
Signed yet, so
good luck.
George is going to be sort of looking after that a bit and taking a little bit off me.
Yep.
We need the young in there.
Yeah.
You don't need old farts like me. So we need the young there. So I think he's going to be pretty busy with sort of 4 venues to keep an eye on.
Yes, that is a bit of a challenge.
Possibly a paddle tennis project as well.
Well, exactly that. That's exciting.
So yes, it is difficult. It is difficult to commit.
It is.
Also a new girlfriend, which
yes, we met her. She had a little bit of chat online the other day.
She met most of the Oxford Downs before she met us. We have met her
That's
once.
The way these
George
days.
played at Lords a couple of weeks ago. She turned up at Lords to watch, which was
that's devotion.
Which was rather nice. Yeah,
that's good sign.
She met the whole family in one. Poor girl.
Crikey, that's overwhelming. Meeting the sandbatches. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
That is a nice shot. That's straight to cover point.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Just had a bit of telling off from my young lad.
Very good delivery. It's a change of bowling, and this guy's got a bit of height, and he's certainly moving the ball away from the right-hander. Well, yes, I haven't got a comment on his appearance, but yes, he does look a bit of a shambles.
Thank you for that, Ted. He'll appreciate that when he watches his bowling back later on YouTube.
Well, it's nothing personal.
Looks like the lead singer from Def Leppard.
There we are. Is that a compliment or not? I'm not sure.
It depends if you're a Def Leppard fan. I'm not.
But he's got a nice
did well, didn't he?
nice action,
Yes.
and he's getting a little bit of movement. He's just got to pitch the ball in the right place.
That brings Smith back on strike. 50 without loss. Watts on 32. Smith on 23. Yeah, quite. The lists are multiplying. Mrs. List and young Alfie, who's unfortunately out injured at the moment, so unavailable for our 3s and 4s.
How old is Alfie?
15 or 16, one of the two.
No, is he a good cricketer?
He's a damn fine bowler. I played with him last year in the 4s, and it was his first season of league cricket. Really good line length, hitting the top of off stump.
Really?
Yeah, he's not super express quick, but he doesn't need to. He's one of those bowlers that tends to make the batsman have to do something every ball. And for a youngster, there's several youngsters who do spray the ball around a little bit on the leg side and all of that, which it's a learning, game for them playing against adults. But Alfie was Player of the Year last year, and then this year he's had a few games in the 3s, which is good.
Touch with the young of the club.
Yes, we've got some.
One or two have emerged through, haven't they?
Yeah, we've got some fine bowlers. A couple of bats that are coming through as well.
Traditionally in this club, a lot of people have ended up going off to university and then, for various reasons, not able to come back.
No. I think that we suffer from that every year.
I suppose a lot of clubs suffer the same thing.
You're not sure if, obviously both the Lings, for instance, starting their careers now, Alex and Ben.
Yeah.
So, hey, if they get a job in London, you know, you never know, or somewhere like that, it might be a challenge for them to come.
They often have the best intentions
of
coming
course
back to play, and you know, I've known a number of my boys' friends who, you know, travel for a year or so to play for the Downs, but actually, when their social life develops in London and the work pressure's on, it becomes harder and harder to get away.
Exactly
and
that.
They end up either stopping playing cricket or joining a local club.
It's a big commitment, you know, committing to those 18 games or so a year.
Yeah.
And life's pretty complicated and busy these days. No single taken there, safely fielded. And spinner in again. That's going to be fielded again.
He's birding nicely there, the
He
spinner,
is.
isn't he? He's, you know, prepared to throw it up. He's giving it plenty of air. He's got a nice loop on it.
No, he looks a
You know,
fine prospect.
He's going to be a good cricketer. I believe there are one or two good cricketers coming out of Magdalen these days.
With one of our own, obviously, is at Magdalen at the moment, Henry Welsh. He starred for, well, played very well for the Oxfordshire under-18s the other day. Took 8 for 26. And a good spell of bowling. And that game was won with the opposition needing 5, and our very own Ollie Armstrong caught and bowled to win the game. Unfortunately, in the throes of that, he broke his finger. So he's obviously not playing for us today, which is a shame, because he's been playing really well this year for a youngster. So, end of the 10th.
The pleasure of coaching cricket at Magdalen College School.
Did you?
Back in the day, I ran the cricket there.
Wow.
For
I didn't know that, Ted.
3 or 4 years. I left teaching in 1984.
Was that then set up the wine business?
Yeah, well, I then set up to join another wine company and then set up my own business. But I taught at Magdalen College School for 7 years. My captain of cricket was one Sam Mendes.
Oh,
he's
of Hollywood fame now.
Captain for 2 years. We had an unbeaten first and second team when he was captain. Sam Mendes was 12th man for England at Lords, for England schools, against Australia at Lords.
Oh, fantastic.
He was a very, very good cricketer.
I've seen him play for the Taverners.
Yep. He's getting a little more rotund these days, as we all are. And he was quite a small chap, but he bowled off breaks, and he could bowl sort of medium pace too. But he was a very good bat. He was a brilliant cover fielder because he was very, very quick over the ground.
Right.
And he's I was reading in the Times this morning, he's been involved in a sort of film about Ben Stokes.
Yes. That's just come out on Amazon.
Just come out, and I think he's been heavily involved in that.
I haven't watched it yet. I've got it on my list to watch. And I've seen some of the excerpts from it.
He always had a very good cricketing brain, Sam Mendes. So I think he knows all the right questions to ask. He's great friends with Mike Brearley as well, isn't he? No, we had a lot of fun with Sam, touring the West Indies and behaving very badly and drinking too much rum. Those stories will remain untold.
Oh, Ted. Well, we'll have to get them out from you one day. Bit of Hollywood exclusive.
A couple of glasses of wine.
So a reminder, Surrey Schools, it is 59 from 10 overs at the moment without loss.
Yes, we rather forget to tell you the score, which I still believe is not up on the screen.
It's not.
So
It would be on there if it was.
So 34 to Will Watts, and is that 25?
23.
My
Smith.
eyesight is not up to that.
Ended the 11th, I think that will make it. So it's 59 without loss. Chasing 1, 2, 4.
I mean, they're going at 5.5 and over, very confident. They haven't given a chance that I'm aware of.
There was the one which looked like it might have been an under edge, bottom edge off the spinner, but I think it was a very, very sharp take for the keeper.
Right.
But that was it, really, to be honest with you.
They haven't looked in trouble at all, have they?
No. Well, it's a true wicket, you see. It was rolled my good self yesterday.
Wow.
Cut by Paddy. I'm not allowed to cut. I'm not trusted. Not trusted.
rated members of the Oxford Downs who spend hours doing jobs, which is great. Every time I drive past, I see someone else here.
Yeah.
So you're on rolling duty, and you have to serve your apprenticeship, do you, before you get to?
Oh yes, I'm allowed to do. As you won't see on camera, it's about 3 or 4 pitches over. I'm allowed to do the Sunday wicket.
Ah.
So that's fine. That was brushed, cut, and rolled by myself and marked yesterday, because tomorrow we have our annual 6-a-side tournament.
Right. Okay.
Yes, fun and games.
Of course. Fun and games.
I think all of the teams are now taken.
So your ultimate ambition, is to be a Saturday mower? Is that what is
well,
is it to actually prepare the wicket for a Saturday game?
Well, exactly. I don't know about an ambition, but all I can say is I don't know what I'm going to be doing with my spare time once we get past next Saturday, because there's nothing. That's pretty much what I've been doing since.
Is that right?
I took a career break. Yeah.
Oh, you're not working at the moment.
No. Well, the toxic company I was working for, so I left there in January.
So that was a choice, was it? A personal choice?
Pretty much, yeah. And then I've just been keeping myself busy here. Oh, no, that's going to be fielded.
Well,
but yeah, it's been great working down here. There was obviously not a great deal to do the last few weeks since this drought has kicked in. Because
not much mowing to do,
no.
for sure.
A lot of watering on the square.
On the square.
And that looks in good nick.
Are you allowed to water still? Now
We are. Yes.
Thames Valley.
Well, there is a domestic hosepipe ban. However, we're allowed to as a sporting club, because if you can see the shots you can on screen of what the outfield looks like, it would be rather dangerous without any water.
Yes. Well, the health and safety card's always a good one to
play. It is. I have seen. You can see, obviously, professionals clubs are a bit different, but. Some clubs are watering the outfield, but it's rather expensive, put it that way, to water out there. It's expensive enough just to water the square.
Yes.
Oh, he's gone big again. We'll go for 6.
A very confident
1 bounce for.
Lift over mid-off extra cover from.
That was Smith.
That was yes, that's Freddie Smith.
And a bit of a rush.
Again, it's our friend with the mullet bowling.
Let's see if there's any news on an update.
He gets through his overs very quickly. Yeah.
Well, our original run rate was pretty. Now this is interesting. On Play Cricket, it is showing online scores. So 64 without loss, yeah. If you'll give me one moment, Ted, but it's not reflecting on screen, I'm just going to give Matt a quick call and see if we can get that restored to online in pitch vision.
Okay. So, a bye, 2 byes left at the last minute, which I think slightly upset the keeper, who was expecting him to play the delivery. Batsman and keeper having a good chat about it. Game seems to be played in a very good spirit.
Yeah, it is working now. It is.
Yes, there you go. Perfect.
Right, the scores we believe are now on. So you can now see that the score is 66 for no wicket, even though the scoreboard says 65 for no wicket.
And there you have it on screen. Watts 34. Oh yeah. So yes. Watts 34, Smith 28.
This could be a 10-wicket victory. This, and denying George Sambach in his last game to the club a chance to whack a few sixes. Or
I know it would be. Is it unkind to say that it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if one of these two did get out?
Well, yeah,
even though they both
that's
obviously.
From a personal point of view,
it is.
But a little bit selfish.
Still no update on our fours. In there.
What is this? I gather the seconds are in quite a strong position.
Very strong position, yes.
In terms of they need to win the last 2 games for promotion.
It's in their hands. If they win both games, they're up.
And that takes them to what division? 2?
Yes, I believe. So presently, our 2s are 160 for 2 from 40 overs. Chris Oliver is not out on 67. James Lauder is out for 60.
Okay.
Matt Young, the other wicket to fall there for our 2s.
And how about the 3rds and 4s? I haven't been following them much.
The last update I had from the 3rds, they were, put it in screen, I think it was 74 for 5.
And what position are they in the league?
They can go up if they win both of their games, yes.
Really?
Whereas the 4s are pretty much down. Let's be honest.
They're down. I thought they were in the bottom league anyway.
No, we won promotion last year.
Oh,
we did, Ted. Yes, that was there.
Well, that was
opened for them in the title decider. Yeah.
Are you not playing much this year?
Not great. Well, I've got my children today, but I'm not playing a huge amount. Also, it's really a team designed to let the youth come through, not old lags like me. No, is it cool? So yeah, it's good. It's
but
a good
mix. The seconds, it was the 4s. It was only their first season last year.
Exactly that. And
which I mean, and just to be able to put out a team each week, it's tremendous. So,
the intention wasn't really to go for promotion. It was to blood the likes of Alfie List, Bobby Wakely, who are youngsters coming through.
I don't think you need worry ever about promotion. No. I mean, if it comes, it comes. But I mean, it really is an opportunity for them to play cricket, keep playing cricket, and not join another club. And if they're successful, to win promotion.
Let's go. Oh, no.
That's a cut which is well fielded at 3rd man, and they've come back for 2.
The only downside of obviously them going down and the 3s going up is the gap between where the 3s are playing and where so if you do have those players that are flitting between the 3s and 4s, there will be a difference in quality. Yes. Not only of pitches but also of players. But yes, it's never our intention really to keep going up and up.
But then equally, a 4th team player who is moved up on ability is playing at a considerably high level, which is what he needs to be doing.
Well, the challenge, exactly that. It's the challenge. But yeah, highlight of the 4s so far was Stevie Roberts in his 36-year career, scoring a top score. Career top of 132.
Really?
Carried his bat from opening all the way through the innings.
Gosh, how wonderful! And is he still bowling those?
He's still. Yep. It's I kept wicket the first.
I've kept him a few times. Yes.
Oh, it's a joy.
Yeah.
It's just a joy. You don't need to worry about balls being sprayed down leg and saving 4 byes when he's bowling. It's a pleasure.
Talking of keeping wicket, it was a slightly part-time thing for me, but one of the bowlers I kept wicket to a lot down here was Roger Berriman.
Oh yes, good old Roger.
Dear old Roger,
bless.
Who sadly is no longer with us, as all listeners will know. That is a 6 over 3rd man.
And almost into the main road. Just eased back.
Sort of got a bit of a bouncer and just
eased back and topped it.
Roger Berriman, as you may or may not remember, used to bowl off breaks.
Yep.
And of course, he played some very good cricket when he was younger. I mean, it was right towards the end of his career. He was probably in his late 50s or 60s. But he had a wonderful arm ball.
Oh right.
One of the bits of armoury, of course, for an off spinner.
Yes.
But keeping with him, I could never bloody read the thing. But he did. He got so many stumpings, actually, including some from me, believe it or not. Stumpings, because he would just beat that outside edge, because they kept thinking it was going to just. He didn't spin it a lot, but come back in, and it just kept on. It went with the arm.
Yeah.
And many a batsman was fooled. He was a canny cricketer, Roger.
Canny chap all round. His bench is literally 10 yards from where we're sat.
And his wife is here today, speaking to my wife, actually, at the moment.
Yep, Judith. Just back from the SOA tour in Devon.
Oh, really?
Yep, she went down to follow the SOA.
Oh, that's nice of her.
South Oxfordshire Amateurs.
Playing up at Instow?
Yes, they were. Yep, and then the Valley of the Rocks.
One of the great grounds.
Oh, yes. Should get a single for that. Not. They're gonna. If they think about 2, Freddie Smith sends Watts back.
The SOA play. I've played a few games for the SOA many years ago. Never went on tour. I think they play at Sidmouth as well.
Yes, they do. Yep.
That's another iconic ground that I've been either playing at or watching for 50, 60 years.
I was going to go down there this year, but unfortunately I couldn't make it.
Do you know the ground?
I've not been there. No.
It's lovely. I mean, it is absolutely archetypal. It has a Victorian pavilion with thatch roof.
Yep.
And some balcony upstairs, and it overlooks the sea. It's on a slight slope. Devon play there.
Yep.
But it's a lovely, beautiful, classic ground.
Fred thought about coming down the wicket to him. Full of ball, so he had to defend that. 76 without loss.
They're just easing through, aren't they? Now?
They are really.
Easing through here.
It's gone big again, but I think. It's over the fielder.
Just gone over the top of mid-on. Freddie Smith having a go. I think they're at the stage now. If the ball's there, they're going to have a whack.
Yes, I think so.
But control. He didn't get hold of that. I thought it was going to go straight into his hands, but in fact, it just went over the top.
And that brings both batsmen to 38 from 45 balls. So
right?
Identical, yes.
Oh yes, well done. Yeah. Gosh, you don't see that very often.
No, you don't.
So therefore, they have the same strike rate, of course.
Exactly that, 84.4. So change in bowler have we got now, I think, from the Chapel end? I think it is. Oh no, he's bowled one, hasn't he? I think. Yep, Beer. Apologies, he's bowled the 1 over so far. Bar is open if you fancy an afternoon drink.
Oh, thank you very much, Paul.
That was a hint to whoever's in the bar.
Yes, let's hope they're listening. I think a glass of rosé might go down quite well. That's another lovely shot, but it's going to third man, who is misfielded. Perhaps not easy.
No, I think that was a little bit of a bobble.
Friend with the mullet, I think.
Bit of a bobble. That outfield is.
Who's just held that ball back and he has a tremendous arm.
Yeah.
He misfielded it, unfortunately, but it wasn't easy.
No.
So that was 4 more runs to Will Watts. A single just pushed into the mid-wicket area. I think the fielders are getting a little despondent now, not quite as alert as they were at the beginning.
Without a couple of early wickets, I think they can now see.
But you know, there are singles everywhere. There always are in cricket. People don't realise how easy it is to score singles in cricket if you both go.
Yes. If you both have that positive mentality and are out of the blocks quickly. That's skied.
That's out.
That is out.
That is out. That's Freddie Smith.
We lose Freddie for 38.
Who basically played a poor shot there. He didn't really move his feet. It was a little bit short. He tried to hit it over extra cover and it didn't. He didn't get hold of it. Hit the top of the bat, the splice, I think, and just went up for a very simple catch. Talking of running between the wickets, I remember. Again, harping back on my days about 50 years ago teaching cricket at Magdalen, but I remember doing an exercise one afternoon of tip and run.
Oh yeah.
And it was extraordinary how few times people will run out on tip and run, because if you both know you're going to go, you can almost take it to gully, a single to gully.
You can
it's
almost.
It's a dangerous game, but the whole point of me doing that exercise was to show people actually there are a lot of singles around.
Yeah.
Especially if you just have to move, go one side or other of the fielder, make him move a little bit.
No.
But these two, I mean, Will Watts is an excellent runner between the wickets.
He is.
So of course, George Sandmatch is now in.
He is, your son.
With Will Watts, and those two particularly are a little kamikaze, but now I suspect that George probably won't muck around. Oh.
Now, I presume George is saying that came off the pad. Because I think it was taken.
It was caught, but it came off the pad quite clearly.
Yeah. But they seem to be fairly convinced, or was that just a bit of desperation? Otherwise George would be on the toilet wall again.
I think it's amicable. I think they were a bit surprised and they thought, I do know George, he would have walked. And he would have told a great story how in his last game for the club he got a first baller.
A tongue-in-cheek appeal for out for handling the ball. Which technically is correct, but now.
It is correct, and George gets told off for doing that.
He does. He does. Ted is forever. That will be driving Ted absolutely
yes,
mad.
It doesn't drive me mad, but it drives the other Ted mad. The
yes.
Ted the
Sorry, yes.
Mad. You're right.
So here we are, 85 for 1 from 16. Watts on 43. George yet to score, but he's only faced 2 balls. Claire Bowden departs to pick up her daughter, probably from some riding thing. Watts, nope, run taken there. Update on it's a lovely drive. That's gone.
Cracking.
That is a lovely shot.
Off straight drive from Will Watts, just wide of mid off. He's looking in very good form, Will.
Update on our threes. They are currently 125 for 7. Not sure how many overs, but they've got something to play for still this season.
Are they chasing?
No, they're setting. They started later.
Started late.
Yeah, they started a lot later. I can't think there's many overs left in that. So
23 for 7. Well, they could do with a few more runs on
well,
the
they
board
could,
by the look
but
of it. I don't know what the sort of.
Well, I was up at St Hughes this week. My son was playing a county game, and when the heavens opened, and put it this way, the covers weren't anywhere to be seen.
I
So
don't think there are covers there, are there?
there are some, but they're in the far corner, not covering much.
Oh, okay.
So it might be a bit of a tricky wicket up there. I was trying to guess which one would be prepared for them. We had a bit of late afternoon sun on Thursday, and then yesterday was dry, but yeah, it might be a bit of a challenge.
So what was that? What day did it pour with rain then? Was that Wednesday?
Thursday, I think, wasn't it? I think it was Thursday. Oof, just outside the edge, past the edge there. That's end of the over. Watts short of his half century, 47. Drinks are now being brought out, so I can show you the scorecard. 17 overs gone. Let's have a quick check. My son playing in the nets with one of the middle list children.
Is that your son batting in the
Bowling.
He's bowling.
Bowling, yes, he's bowling at the moment.
Is that
That's Sam List in the batting in the nets.
is he a left-hander?
He is a left-hander.
Right.
Yeah, he's played really well.
Good.
Fairly destructive this year.
Well, his
for the
his father was a very good player.
Well, exactly. Comes from good stock.
Luke was a class act as a young guy, 17, 18, 19.
And he's played a few games for the Fours this year. Unfortunately, had a nasty injury, which curtailed the rest of his season, like his son. Got acid on his foot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, unfortunate.
Just had a message from my eldest son.
Oh, really?
who is Director of Sport at Charterhouse School.
Ah.
Not working today, but preparing for a new term, and he says he's now switched on and is listening.
Oh, is he? Oh, well, hello.
Hello,
put something in the
Chris.
chat, Chris.
Looking after a couple of small children while his wife is at a 2 in London.
Oh, very nice.
So he's probably fairly exhausted already.
What's the big deal, hey? I've got 2. Well, I can see both of them. One's running around the playground.
How old are
the
your
other one's in the
two?
net. 7 and 9.
7 and 9. Boys, both boys.
Yep, both
Yeah.
chaps. Yep. One obsessed with football, the other one obsessed with cricket. So
Well,
now all of the fun begins as of next weekend,
for one.
when it's
Yeah.
trying to get both of
Well,
them
they
to 2 different places
Yes.
on the same day. They never
Yes,
have a
that
home
little
game.
crossover.
Oh yes, the under-10s are away at Banbury, and then the under-8s will be at home at Ducklington. So it'll
Well,
be
one sort of football, one cricket, you mean?
well, no,
Or
they
is it
both
all-
do play
they both
football
do both, yeah.
for Ducklington, who we welcomed down for a Black Sheep game the other week, which was really good.
Because the seasons cross over so much nowadays. I mean, again, when I was young, you played rugby up until sort of April.
Yep.
And then the cricket season started, and then you finished at the end of August, and then you started playing rugby again, or football, or whatever the winter sport was, hockey. Now it's such a crossover, isn't it? I mean, first class cricket is going on until the end of September, and they're playing with dew on the ground, heavy dew on the ground, which is a bit ridiculous.
Well, it is really. We've got a huge gap in the middle where
well,
where you get no for.
Don't
Don't get me either.
I can tell you that. I have some very strong views about certain types of cricket. I see the need for it financially, but there's too much of it.
Well, it's like someone described it as pudding, and they said you wouldn't want pudding every. You know what I mean? Oh, hello.
Oh, a bouncer to George.
Leaves that alone. It's called a no ball.
There's a lot of chat going on out there.
There is a bit, and that means we do have a free hit. So George will be looking to try and stick this into the horse chestnuts, probably.
It would be quite nice in his last game if he was able to whack a few into the bushes.
It would. And he goes for a one-handed reverse sweep of some sort.
Yeah.
It slightly has an end-of-term feel to it,
does.
doesn't it?
There seems to be a
quite a lot of chat. Good-natured, but quite a lot of chat out there.
Be careful not to be too arrogant, but
no. But hey, it's a free hit. You can do what you want.
Yeah. That's more like conventional cricket.
George wants a second. It's going to be tough. Not out, says square leg.
That was a slightly risky 2.
It was. It was a bit. He was very keen to retain the strike,
I
think.
I sort of knew he was going to do that. But he and Will do run well.
Yes.
And I go back to what I was saying. You put pressure on a fielder, it's just amazing what you can get away with. So that's 2 runs to George.
Yep.
Will is on
47.
47.
Just short of that magic half century, which will cheer him up no end if he can get there.
I think Cumnor have got a slight look of resignation.
Yeah.
On their faces, haven't they, really? And their general body language. They're second bottom of the league.
Yes.
Stringer beneath them, I think, if I'm right to say.
Maybe their minds are turning.
George getting a single.
Maybe their minds are turning towards tomorrow, where they have their Bear Fest, sort of a festival of cricket and food and drink. So
this is over at Cumnor, isn't
it? It is. If you're not coming to our Super Sixes,
it's a nice ground at Cumnor. I've always enjoyed the Cumnor ground. You have a nice vision.
Yes, you do.
From the pavilion.
From the pavilion, looking down onto the wicket.
Yeah.
It is a nice setting there.
It's a shame they're going to be going down.
I know.
Well, maybe they're not. I mean.
Well, yes.
Because from what that's for Will Watts' 50. Off the edge, actually. It's probably his only full shot.
Well played, Will. 51 not out. Yes, it's the permutations of who potentially could come up and whether they are a second team of somebody already in the home counties.
So who is it? Something like
Banbury,
is it?
yeah. And
so
I want to say Aston Round seconds, I think.
So they're both up there, are they?
I think they are.
Presumably one side could come up and then just the bottom side go down.
Yeah.
But if it's both, it doesn't revert then to the third and fourth teams.
I don't believe so.
No.
It'll be something for them to work out. Just hit the wicket hard there. Will leaves that like that through.
Well,
another update on our threes. 137 for 8 now. So a low scoring game over at St Hughs at Carswell.
You were suggesting that possibly with the wicket might be a little damp after some
I think
heavy
it might
rain
be a little low.
Midweek, and that might be a winning total.
You never know, exactly that.
You know,
you never know.
Scrape up to 150 and see what they can do.
Exactly.
It's a target. Pushed by Will into mid-wicket for a single. That may be the last ball of the over. So he retains the strike.
18 gone now. Technically, Ted, they need the run rate is 0.8 and over.
Okay.
so
just
run
over,
rate,
just
we're
over
fine.
Half a run and over.
Yeah.
What constitutes half a run?
Exactly that.
You go halfway and come back.
Yeah, exactly. It's like digging half a hole. You cannot dig half a hole. It's still a hole.
This is true. I think I can read George's body language. His father's always Canada.
And tell us.
And I think his mind is not entirely on cricket, and I'm a little concerned he's going to.
He's being a little
bit
casual.
Silly, which I hope he doesn't. Is it a change of bowler?
I thought it was, but it hasn't popped up on our screen yet. It's still showing the previous. Cook, yes. It's Cook to bowl his first over from the house end.
Gentle offies.
Yep.
Poked out for a quick single by Will, so George gets strike.
George on strike now. He's going to aim for our new safety fence on the Abingdon Road boundary.
Mullet man is being moved back.
Yep.
They obviously feel George is going to go for it.
And
George, of course, doesn't like facing spinners, really.
No, he prefers a bit of pace on the ball,
doesn't
he?
He likes a bit of pace on the ball, yeah. And he hasn't. He's had an indifferent season.
Well, he's been such a busy chap.
Yeah. Oh.
Can't get that away.
That's gone.
It's fielded out.
Oh no,
it's fielder right tucked in the corner.
Else,
yeah, he's
so they've
right.
got three players all in sort of, on the leg side.
And now they bring the field back in
right.
for Watts.
Just a single for George.
Yeah, okay. The field's in for Watts now. Strong shout of no from Watts to George.
Showing a bit of restraint. He's sensible here. He'll just bat through, improve his average. That's a lovely square cut again. He does play that shot very well.
Really
There's a
does.
man out there.
Huge puff of dust comes up as he half slides.
Yeah, so he gets 2.
He's on 53.
He waits very nicely for that. Doesn't he? He just delays it. So often people hit it too early and it goes in the air up to extra cover because they've just hit it too early.
That's usually me. It is. You try and put too much pace on the ball. You try and hit it too early and it just pops up instead of letting the pace come off the bat. Safely defended. Very low there.
Down
almost
on
Morgan. Yeah, almost Owen Morgan-esque in how low he got. The nets are occupied again by the youngsters. They're playing their own version of Test match
not
cricket.
Right in saying the nets were being replaced here.
We are hopeful to replace them this winter.
Because I remember when I was chairman here, we laid the nets when I was here.
Crikey. Would that have been around the time of the new clubhouse?
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
So about 2005.
No, that's when I was heavily involved. We did the playground, we did the nets, we did all the planting.
Yep.
In fact, it's quite interesting actually, because a lot of people, when I encouraged all the planting, you see here, all these trees, all the down that fence.
Yep.
A lot of people said, it's a bit of a waste of money planting all these trees.
Oh, they look lovely.
And I said no, because if we get it done now, then in 10 years' time, they're going to mature beautifully.
It was, and it's a lovely drive in and view in.
It is a lovely drive in, yeah. It is, and it's worked well.
It has.
It's interesting to see some trees have done better than others, soil or whatever, I don't know.
Well, I know.
But I mean, on the whole, though, it's nice, and we deliberately got trees that grew sort of upright and not out too much.
No,
and we got a grant as well for that. I recall Roger Berriman, who was wonderful at getting grants. We got a grant for everything basically.
Well, I think we'll need all the help we can get with the new nets. They're showing their age now. They've done a great job for us.
Yeah. I mean, technology moves on, doesn't it, all the time with nets. And I had a net in my garden at home before I moved house. But it was a concrete net. And that's what you do. You got to put a concrete net down, and then you just got a bit of what do you call it? Put up the matting and put on top. Yeah. And stuck it on top, and actually that served really well for a while. But eventually the concrete started to break up, and you got a few bad bouncers.
Well, there is a few in there at the moment, actually.
Yeah, it'll happen, but.
And you don't want some of our quickies in there.
But I suppose anything that's used is going to wear, isn't it?
And
whether
they do
it's
get a lot of
machinery, or whether it's they get a lot of use. Yeah.
Well, I'll come up here most days, and there's usually some youngsters in them, even in the daytime in the summer holidays. And then our firsts are training twice a week now.
Yeah.
The youngsters, obviously, they get a lot. We've got our money's worth out of them, I think.
Yeah. Oh gosh, yes.
Another wide, I think, down the leg side.
Loosely, this chap, isn't he, to George? Two down the leg side. So the club have had a bit of expense this year, haven't they? They've had this to put in these enormous high retaining nets on the roadside.
Correct. They've done their job.
Which actually, was needed.
Well, yeah. In the modern world, with modern bats, we're not even on a wicket close to the boundary.
It's been hit. Absolutely straight.
Solid.
I wanted to reach for that a little bit.
It did a bit.
Hit straight over the bowler's head for 4.
But yeah, with modern technology now, we're on a wicket at the moment that isn't even that close. No. But you could still clear the old fence probably with some of the big hitters we have in the team. So safety's sake, it's done a great job. I think it actually looks quite good. I think it's just blended in.
Were you here one evening? We played a 20-over game, and. George has hit that a long way as well. That's over cover for 4.
2 bounce 4, I think, yeah.
We played a game here, 20 game in the evening, and somebody smashed a ball through the gap of the entrance.
Oh, yes.
Into a pizza delivery driver who was absolutely hopping mad.
Apoplectic.
And he came charging over. Who's in charge here? Well, of course, I was chairman in those days, so I was the one who had to come out and appease him. And we sort of, promised to pay for everything. And, I think we broke the window of his car.
Oh, hello.
That hasn't gone very far.
No.
George looking for a big hit.
Got the 2 though.
But I mean, that could have been very, very dangerous.
Oh, yes.
And I was always aware of that issue.
We have had a couple of balls that have gone over already this season.
Really? Over top of
that?
that?
But at least it means it doesn't go into the road. It will go into one of the gardens of the houses.
Yes, that's true.
So we're not going to.
The road is the real danger, but the problem came. I mean, in hindsight, it's a good thing you've done it.
Yeah.
There was one particular house.
Yes.
Who?
Oh, hello.
George
Let's got hold of that one. Is that 6?
4.
Is it 4? 4. That's bounced into the horse chestnut, so someone's going to have to go and search for that.
We must be getting near the score.
We are, 116 for 1.
On.
Yeah, we don't need much. 120, sorry, yes. So just...
We need 4 to win.
One ball could do it.
I have a funny feeling George might do it with the 6.
He might do. I think he's going to go
he's
for
not
it.
facing, though. He's not facing.
It's barely 3 o'clock. Barely 3 o'clock.
Well...
One hit to win.
It'll be an early rosé, won't it?
I think it will be a very early and well-deserved. You missed Mr. Costly earlier on, taking 6. So we do have.
Oh, he took 6, did he?
Yep, 6 for 20 odd, I think it was.
Congratulated him earlier when I arrived.
So he'll be on the wall on the honours board. You need 6 these days for the honours board.
On just getting them out. I hadn't realised he's the one who did it all. So. Yeah.
We're short today of Loz. Loz is away at a friend's stag do, so he had to take on more of more duties as a bowler.
It's always about a squad, isn't it? Though,
yeah.
Really. I mean, in amateur cricket, you're going to have people who are away this year, particularly weddings, because a lot of weddings were put off from previous years.
Exactly.
Weddings, parties. There's always something going on. Holidays, stag do's. It's very hard to.
The modern lifestyle, exactly.
Very few people can play all, was it 16, 17, 18 games?
Yeah.
18 games. Very, very difficult. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration as well.
It does.
When selection comes around.
Now, are they going to call that lost? I have a funny feeling they are. So we're probably going to have to get...
Spare ball for the last...
maybe
potentially the last delivery.
Could be last delivery. Could be... That's 20 overs. That Downs have got to 120 for 1. Whilst we are sorting out a ball, I'll give you a bit of an idea of the scorecard. So just the 1 wicket full so far, Freddie Smith. 38, he went for. Watts on 55, Sam Batch on a very quick 17.
And I'm pinching one more of these.
Oh, go for it. Oh, no,
no
Bear has left them. Bear brings
did
them
he actually
every week.
leave them, did he?
He does. I'll have another one.
Yeah, well, I think you should do. They're rather good.
Every week, the Rocky Road. Oh, dear. I'll have to have that now.
It's the chocolate cake of the Downs. Now, I think the perfect finish here would be Will Watts to push a single, and then George to hit the ball into the road. A wide ball given.
Okay, so 3 required now. 3 required now. That looks like it's the game.
Winning run.
That is the game.
Will Watts.
He pulls that.
So a good
to
win
square
for
leg
Downs.
boundary. Comprehensive,
Good win.
but good game. All the best tomorrow, chaps.
Yeah, well, thank you, Paul. It's been nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Don't have a chance to do that very often.
No. So
nice to.
Yeah, comprehensive victory for Downs here. Only needing 20 overs to chase down the total.
Thank you, Bear, for the mini rocket road bites from Waitrose.
A regular. Bear is now obviously at the Arsenal, but thank you for the commentary earlier on
I have
as
to
well.
go and speak to my wife because I'm probably in trouble. And order a glass of rosé, Paul. Thank you very much indeed.
Lovely to see you, Ted.
Well done, Dans. Great. That was good fun.
It was. Oh. So, thank you everybody. Don't have any more updates on the 2s, 3s or 4s. But I'm sure if you message us, we'll let you know. So thanks ever so much for watching. Next week, our 1s are away, I believe, at Amersham, but we should be broadcasting our 2s at home against Buckingham in a winner-takes-all promotion clash. So hopefully we'll see you and you'll tune in then. So all the best and have a great rest of your Saturday.